Maybe you've heard about their brand, Korg? Yeah. But no, seriously, if you haven't heard Kraftwerk, just go look up We Are the Robots. We Are the Robots by Kraftwerk. And with that, I'm going to put a marker in the chat so I know where to cut the VOD for YouTubes. And we're going to begin Longdeath Day 69. We are on year 166. The goal is to get to year 169. So let's dive into this shit, shall we? We don't even have 69 people watching yet. This is a failure of a stream. I expect this stream to have 69 average viewers by the end. Okay, so current status is dwarves are kind of in a break period, probably for most of the summer, because we spent most of the winter building this. I realize this is like not totally even, and there's I think it's not totally. Maybe it is actually. It didn't look even. Actually, maybe it is. Anyway, we built this, so that's cool. But this is the upper floor area of the fortress. The actual fortress, I'll just do a quick overview for those of you who haven't seen it. The goal of this fortress, exclamation point Longdeath in the chat if you would like the full, you know, like list of VODs, I guess. But this is where our bees are. This is the upper fortress, which is going to be our vacation home at some point. This is the outer wall of the fortress. The fortress itself is a gigantic hole in the ground. There are some livestock paddocks over on the left, the trap tunnel to the entrance, the first mushroom farm, the natural aqueduct, the tower over on the top left going down into the ground. Up at the top is the library, tavern in the middle, crafting around the edges, bedrooms around the edges. Should actually go down and not up. The base layer of the fortress, forges down on the bottom right, big old hallway of nothing over on the left. Tavern in the middle once again, military's training. Down beneath the trade depot is the stockpile of stuff that needs to be sold. Bottom right is all of our metals and various other bars. We got our cage traps. We've got the statuette history of the fortress. We've got the giant statue garden of stuffs, and we've got coffins around the edge of the basement. Down here, how is that not collapsing? Because Dwarf Fortress does not have structural integrity or support net structures necessary. It's just like Minecraft, where stuff can be supported on a single block. Hopefully one day Tarn will change that, and then my entire fortress will fall the fuck over. But that was a feature that was then removed. The nice cute little maze, which will get bigger one day. The other mushroom garden, the emergency bunker of holy fuck we need to hide. The drain system, the coin storage, and the, of course, last but not least, cavern lair, which has a very spooky humanoid forgotten beast in it. Aside from that, the dwarves that are alive in the fortress are as follows. Apostle, Peter II, who grew up recently, who's become quite the gem cutter, in fact. Trash Battery, Gimper II, Chimp, Danny UG, the Squid, Nervicious, Sethados, Lord Floof, Crystal Rose, Touch Shriek, Vinsati II, Vuzel Vuzel, Smash T, Sparkly 4K, Simplex, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Goats, Paranoid Android, Danks, Pablo, Eternal, Black Hole. I like how Eternal is moved to Sword or Spear Master. Or rather, I mean, that would make sense, actually. Never mind. I thought you were a farmer for a second there. Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Swoos, Axon II, Cheers Jamie, Dragon Man, Suey, Clay, Belug II, who's still a peasant, Cade, Taurus II, Anton Iceland, Therese, Rags Wolf, Abe, Exendi, Demonoid, Orson Frakes, and Dark Skynet. How are you still alive? Well, you're 162 years old. Definitely not a vampire, Hideouta. Definitely not a vampire. Was recently euphoric due to inebriation, in fact. So, definitely not a vampire. Can confirm, not a vampire, in fact. I have communed with Ashen, and I feel filled with wonder. You're in the temple praying. I mean, seems like a good way to spend your last few days. Socialize! Socialize with 2 exclamation points. But yeah, that's the fortress currently. If you heard your name in the dwarf callouts and would like to know about your dwarf, just let me know and I can check in. But yeah, no, goats, your dwarf has been pretty good. You've done quite a bit of stuff here. I mean, how long have you been here now? You arrived here in the year 145, and we're year 166, late spring. Late spring, 166. There is actually a vampire in this fortress, though. Fortunately, though, he went insane. This is our vampire. If I wanted to do something super sneaky with him and fuck the whole fort over, I could very, easily make a... I could very much, dig out the ceiling above him, build a spike underneath him, probably, and, make him into a wellpire. But I just kind of don't want to risk it because he's berserk. And it's not worth losing some dwarves over. But, yeah, welcome to the fort. It's been a while. Vinsati II, the militia captain. You're the captain of one of the hobbyist militias, I think? Yeah, you're the captain of the high school wrestling squad, basically. Feels fun, this when talking with a sibling. How old are you now? 77 years old. Still the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Your father, unfortunately, Wave Thrash, has passed away. You're, of course, a good worshiper of Shin Russet Hammer the Red Rocks. You dreamt of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was, of course, realized. And it caused you a mild freakout. Don't you love it when you have, a stream up in the background? And then suddenly it starts making sounds like the stream turns on and it freaks you out? How long has he been there like that? What, the vampire? I'm not totally sure. I'd have to go look. And well, actually, can I? Does it tell me when he was sentenced? Murdered Petra. Yeah, I have no way to find out, to be honest with you. Well, I'd have to go back through the VODs and look it up. But he's been there a while. Just drop some socks on him? I'm sure, yeah. Ironically, that probably wouldn't kill him. Maybe if I encrust... I wonder if it's like I encrust the socks with something and then drop the encrusted socks on him. Do dwarves ever divorce? I've certainly seen them go and get other lovers. I don't know if they divorce, though. I know they divorce in Legends. I don't believe I've noticed any divorces specifically. I think generally they just go start fucking other people if they don't like it. Nice encrusted socks. Nice encrusted socks. But I have something I need to find, chat. Diorite crown. Nice crown. Where's that nice mug? Because I had a nice mug that I'd like to show you guys if possible. Well, maybe it was that nice earring. Nice scepter. Granite mug. The Temple of Drowning. Mudstone bracelet. Yeah, it must have been one of those nice rings then. I swear to God it was a nice mug. But somebody made a nice mug that was worth 69,069. And I laughed pretty fucking hard. That's a granite earring. Perfect sard. A nice door. I always forget that I have this. I mean, it's not... It could be divorce. It could be poly. They could also be cheating. It could be many things. I think dwarves are just happily poly, generally. They get married and then they just go fuck whoever. Happily, comfortably, consensual, open relationships. Dwarves are very progressive. Exactly. Dwarves do what dwarves do. Sometimes you just gotta go pet somebody else's beard for a bit, you know? Gotta love socializing in the hospital. I don't think so. I give them more self-awareness than that, I think. The world of DF is just too dangerous. It depends on the world you generate, though. Some worlds are dangerous, some are pretty fucking safe, to be honest. It really depends on the world that the player generates and the parameter that the player sets. Complain all the time? Well, technically, because the hospital is I think it's a diagnosing guild. A nice mirth mug worth 600. I hope I didn't accidentally sell it. Hold on. I feel like that's something I put on here. Also, the real question is, how did you find that? Actually, you know what? Let's try and do this. Oh, did I? I love it when I'm smart. Well, I mean, then I could... Okay, well, now that I know the name of it... Thanks, Belug. Now that I know the name of that mug, what I can do is I can go to statue, rock, and let's just make 10. I'm not going to make 69 of them. I'm going to specify an image. Specify new image of an artifact. A red goth. Rhythm crafts, I think. Yeah, that's it. And we're going to call it... Cup of Arches. The Cup of Rock. The Cup of Rocks. A Cup of Rocks. An image of a nice mug. And let's say... Coin. 69 coins. Of course I'm going to set the material to nice. Come on, please. Have a little bit more faith in me. Select stone. Nice. There you go. I don't know where I'm going to put them, but I'm going to make those nice statues, and I'm going to put them somewhere. And they're really nice. No, totally, dank meme saver. Like, Dwarf Fortress is one of the few games where the characters that it generates are believable enough and the world that it generates is deep enough, but also shallow enough that you can like fill in the blanks and come out the other end with an incredibly nice view of the world. Also, this stream is going to be completely insufferable because of all these nice jokes. Also, I just heard through the grapevine that yesterday was the second best sales day ever for Jupiter Hell outside of launch. So that's cool. And the jokes are quite nice. Just remember, 69 bits makes a nice sound. And I need more coffee. That's not nice. I mean, today's stream will still be chill as fuck regardless. I just overproduce every couple of years and then let the dwarves socialize. I literally never automate stuff, Dark Skynet. I never bothered. The nicest day. I mean, it'll probably just be Longdeath day 69. I mean, I could write just nice. Yeah, I generally just overstock stuff. Like, I got 4,659 drinks. Next year, I'll make another 3,000 or so. Every other year, I do a full set of clothing for every dwarf, which I just kind of have running in the background. Every so often, I'll just kind of go over here and do this. And then they go grab all of the pigtails that have been made and make them all into cloth. That's basically it. I mean, whenever a dwarf is 69 years old, I always read it as 69 years old. Always. Well, I mean, you shouldn't massively overstock in DF, but the stuff that I'm stocking isn't stuff that's going to hurt my frame rate, right? The stuff that I'm stockpiling is, like, pretty low on the frames side of things. Like, I'm not burning through all of my PC's resources, you know, with what I'm storing, because it all just stays in stockpiles. Items that stay in stockpiles and also never leave stockpiles are much better on the frames than not. What year is it in the fort right now? It's 166. We're trying to get to 169, which means the minus 5 years, and that's how old the fort is. But we are currently in year 166. The weasels are fighting. I have a unicorn still? I thought all my unicorns were dead. Yep, all my unicorns are dead. Sad days. Still no migrants? Not for the last 50 years or so. So what we're doing is we reach out, we summon a bunch of merchants, and then hope that they make babies. All of these babies are from merchants, mostly. So we're at 37 dwarves, which is fine. No, my cap is 50 dwarves, and we only have 37. So in theory, the mountain homes should send more dwarves, but they haven't. They stopped sending migrants about 50 years ago. So even though we are under the cap, we're not being sent dwarves. There we go. Last one was found dead. Perfect. I don't have 50. I have 44. I haven't had 50 dwarves in a while. I mean, I've gotten up to there, but the dwarves keep dying of old age, so it hovers between like 44 and 55. But these dwarves, Dreadvik, Bastet, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Goats, Paranoid Android, and Danks, none of these dwarves are real dwarves. Also, Dankus, to be clear, Danks is not you. There's a different Danks. All of these dwarves are merchants, so they're not technically part of my fortress. The actual population of my fortress is 37. So merchants come from local hillixes. So this is a local dwarven hillix, which I have control over. I can request workers if I press R down there. My dwarves will send out will send out the messenger, and all of the dwarves that I request will then come and live here. The issue is they're usually very old. So they'll send you like their senior citizens, basically. So you'll get dwarves that are like 150 years old. So they die very quickly of old age. But if you're lucky and you get a young couple, because you can tell because they come in pairs if they're married. So I request a bunch of married dwarves and then just cross my fingers and hope that they have babies, basically. Because that's the only way I've been getting more dwarves for the past 50 years, because the Mountain Home has stopped sending me migrants. Probably got something to do with the fact that the Mountain Home has been locked in eternal combat for the last while. Probably got something to do with that. Brander, it's good to see ye. How is we? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is a game that you have to be really careful about massively overstocking on things. Because if you massively overstock your frame rate, it'll go goodbye. What happened to the Mountain Home? Oh, no, not Civil War. No, they're locked in eternal combat with this Goblin faction, which is a war that I actually started. Even though I didn't invade anybody. They invaded me. They invaded me on accident on like the first year, right after I settled. They just wandered in. It was like 10 goblins and a bunch of child snatchers. Just a scout group. They wandered into my fortress and then invaded the Mountain Home in year 10. And then the Mountain Home started invading them. And the Mountain Home has been invading this goblin fortress for the last like 145 years. They started on like year 15 or something. So no, they're not in a civil war. And they still trade with us. They still send the outpost liaison every year. But they, aside from that, are kind of broken. Which is not exactly ideal. I guess so. I mean, the population of the Mountain Home is kind of sad. It's only 50. And, like, the two hillixes next to it are 400 and 500. My two hillixes are 400 and 400. And we also have this hillix up here. But I don't want... Like, I could invade this Dark Goblin Fortress. I could invade them. But I don't want to. Also, apparently, my Mountain Home did manage to take over these dwarven pits, these dark pits of Seduce Shock. So this one is actually my own civilization. Yeah, I'm scared to invade them because I don't want to invite invasions to here because we're a small population fortress. We couldn't really fight a full-scale war. We do have the defenses, so they wouldn't be able to get in. I have 89 animals. They're listed down there. This population count does not count animals. And if you're talking about the Mountain Home, I have no idea. You'd have to go there and look. Yes. So the Mountain Home population being that low is probably why I'm not getting migrants. Because they've been at war for so long. But then again, there was one point where the Mountain Home just stopped sending us trade caravans. We didn't get trade caravans from the Mountain Home for like 50 years. And then out of nowhere, we started getting trade caravans again. So, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I'm just kind of hoping that eventually they will start sending us stuff again. I think it might be a clothing time pretty soon. I'm just looking. This dwarf's got a bunch of clothes that are not ideal. Also just realized most of my dwarves are not wearing the greatest iron helms, so I'm just gonna make 50 iron helms. Migrants in 200? Maybe! Maybe when we get a new king or queen. I'm also very much expecting just randomly out of nowhere the queen to die. And, because we have a queen, right? Yes. Normal. Tomen Katten. I'm very much expecting that person to just die. Also, we have the Count of Longdeath, which I think is hilarious, who's not in my fortress, who's Zassit Mosensib, who's not one of my dwarves, but is the Count of my fortress. So there is a Baron in this world for my fortress. It's just, they're just not in my fortress, which I think is kind of amazing. So at some point, royalty will die in this world, and we'll probably inherit royalty again. All 3 rooms of it. I mean, they're too busy constantly being locked in eternal combat to really do anything. She could be a vampire or a zombie. Well, she's only been a queen for X number of years, and I look at legends more often than you know. So I know she's not a demon or monster or anything. Am I going to try and get a monarch? If it happens, it happens. I'm not trying to get a monarch, though. I had a baron at one point, but their leg got ripped off by a child. And then they bled to death. Then we impaled that child with a mining pick.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Hey! Thank you much, Vin. Cheers. Yeah, and then the child's arm got severed and landed right here. Before I had a ramp here. And it sat there for 15, 20 years before we noticed it was there. And all my dwarves were constantly getting these moods stating that they saw that dwarf's dead body and they were very uneasy, and a bunch of my dwarves were having mood problems because of that, and I couldn't figure out where that piece of that dwarf was. And then eventually we like had the thought of like, wait, what if I go into the corpses screen and like try and search for all of the body parts of that dwarf, because the dwarf was obliterated into like 50 pieces, and we found there was one arm up on top of that. Are zombie dwarf a thing? Are dumb questions a thing? I don't know. We'll never know. Yes, zombies can be dwarves, and dwarves can be zombies. They can be unintelligent or intelligent undead. There's varieties of undead. In fact, there's also varieties of undead that have supernatural powers, such as being able to make things hurt at a distance or shooting icicles out of their hands. And the humans have arrived to trade. I wonder if they'll send Zaki this time. Probably not. They haven't set their... No, you are not dumb, but you asked a dumb question. Potentially. Silly question. Silly questions get silly answers. But yes, there are definitely dwarven zombies. There are human zombies. There are probably plump helmet people zombies. There are not cheese zombies. There are goblin zombies. There are necromancer zombies. I mean, if you had a world with elephant people, you could probably also have elephant people zombies. You could also have amphibian people zombies. You could have cat zombies. Holy crap! The royal treasure arrived. Welcome back, Zaki. It's been about 4 or 5 years at least. It's been a while. Close to a decade, I would assume, since we last saw you. I was starting to think that Zaki died, but no. This is the royal treasurer from the humans. It's been a while since we met them. I said zombie elephant people, not zombie elephants. Totally different. One is significantly scarier. You will, in the Steam version. What does that have to do with anything, Narandir? I would like to be able to actually make maggot cheese without it being bugged. Can it leave a corpse? Yes. Does it leave a corpse when it dies? If yes, then it can be undeadified. Oh, reanimated dwarven maggot cheese? I don't think vermin can be reanimated. Can vermin be reanimated? But once it's cheese, then it's a cooked product. I answered this question not 20 minutes ago, and no. I find them more frustrating than they're worth, and I can just type the thing in when I need it. So I don't bother. My brain does not work with if, then, there, them, that, this, that statements. If this, do this statements. I can't figure that out. Like, literally never. I've taken programming classes. I've played programming production games, and I can't wrap my head around that stuff. For some people, it just makes perfect sense, and they're like, ah, yes, and they just, like, set it up, and then they're good to go. I need to literally stare at the wiki every time, and I still break it half the time, so, like, yeah, I don't think vermin can be reanimated. Someone can, like, wiki it, but I don't think. Shad, what's up? It's good to see you. My name is Zaki. It's been a long time, dwarves. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, and I hope that they can bring me gold. Yeah, they can bring me gold. Cool. Bronze, brass, electrum, sterling silver, billin, black bronze, rose gold, and all the wood. We have finalized the import agreement. Skip through all this. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Goodbye, human. And it's time for us to line up some trading. What else do I need? Can't do scepters. What other crafts am I missing? I'm sure I'm missing something. I always like blank on what all the crafts are. Crowns. That's what I'm missing. And then I'm pretty sure we could also probably do clothing. I'm just gonna do this. That's an unacceptably rude question to ask me. Although, jokes aside, are there even tomatoes in DF? Because if there are tomatoes, I guess in theory you could make a meal using dwarven sugar and tomatoes. But I don't know if there's tomatoes in DF. Do you have any idea how fucking childish it is, though? It's like, I give you that command. Do you have to pester me more about it? You automate basically everything and spend time learning about your dwarves and building massive libraries. I mean, I spend time learning about my dwarves and manually do everything, otherwise the game has no gameplay. There's tomato wine? Okay, well then, yeah, in theory, you could make a meal using dwarven sugar and tomatoes. Because I know that there's like other breeds of fruits that are related to tomatoes, but I've never actually, I don't believe I've ever actually seen tomatoes. Oh, trust me, the game will let you make disgusting sauces, and you don't need ketchup to do that. You want disgusting sauces. Oh, Jesus. You can make some pretty, nasty tallow biscuits if you really want. You want some gross food, DF got you. Trying to imagine, like, what minced syrup would be like. I mean, you'd need a blender to actually, like, make that work, right, Useroom? I mean, same, Obsy. They can finely mince anything, yes, including, like, alcohol. But I would say finely mincing alcohol is probably closer to, like, reducing it to a sauce. So in that case, it would be like tomato with a sugar sauce. It wouldn't actually be the crime against humanity that ketchup is. It would just be like a sugar glazed, basically, on finely minced tomatoes, which sounds delicious to me. I'm down. That sounds tasty. They go nuts with tallow food, as in they make a lot of it, they really like it, or they hate it. What do you mean by go nuts in this context? Because I think in reality they would go nuts about rock nuts. Sell those doors. Tired of those doors taking up space in my fat fried fat, right? I mean, isn't that just bacon, though? Like, fat fried fat is basically just bacon. And then, like, or rather, it's like taking steak fat and frying steak fat and bacon fat is like a good dwarven meal. Yuck. Gross. I'll pass. I thought that was haggis. Like, I know the Scots are fond of their fried animal tallow, but I thought that haggis was the Scottish national food. So you can make soap with it? Yeah. No, you want to be making soap out of your tallow. I just have like 700 units of soap, and it takes them a long time to use it, so I just let them cook it. Don't worry about it. I've never actually seen white bacon, no. I can't remember the last time I had liver. I know I'm certain I've had liver twice. I remember one time having it with my grandma when I was little and thinking it was disgusting. Thanks, Peter, by the way. Your name also reminded me to start investments. But, like, outside of that one time, like, I really don't have any recollection of if I've had liver a second time. I remember not particularly liking it. I've always wanted to try haggis. Like, I don't eat much meat these days, but I've always wanted to try haggis. It looks tasty. It's like meat inside of meat with, like, extra carbs and shit. Sounds great. I'm in. Sign me up. But you can't really get haggis over here. It's, like, not a thing that is sold, like, at all, so. But really hard to cook? I've never cooked liver. Yeah, but, like, Scotland is, like, a short drive and a boat away from you, so you'd think that, like, haggis would be readily available in your neck of the woods. Like, people seem to think bagged milk is a Canadian thing. You can't buy bagged milk here. If you try, you can't buy bagged milk here. But, like, the other end of my country, which is like 5 days nonstop driving away, they only have bagged milk. So, wait, what? Why was one of my dwarves just arrested? Why are you in prison? Uh-oh. What did I do? Why did 2 dwarves suddenly get prison sentences? You didn't tantrum. Bagged milk is real-ass milk. It's more environmentally friendly to sell it in bags than in giant plastic jugs. Or cartons. How is haggis unfortunately named? Haggis just looks tasty to me. It just looks like a big fucking sausage to me. And I'm in on that. I'm still not sure. I'm not sure what they did. I think I must have like missed a... Hang in there, Danny. It's not a super long prison sentence. I must have like fucked up and sold something I wasn't supposed to. I mean, I buy my milk, well, rather, I buy my soy milk in these refillable glass containers that I take into the grocery store and after sanitizing them completely, and I put them in a recycling bin, which gets sent back to the place that makes the stuff, and then they rebottle it and ship it back. They also do other dairy products and other non-dairy milk products like that, so it's even better than bagged. Costs way more, but haggis? How does haggis sound any different than sausage? It's like the same number of syllables, similar sounds. I don't know. Yeah, that's like an afternoon drive. 200 miles? That's nothing. You could do that in a couple hours. Like, my older sister is like a short drive and a ferry ride away from me, and she's further than 200 miles from me. There's a very, very long distance in this country. Sausage sounds like sauce. Sounds like a lot of things. Interrupted by a great horned owl. Alright, let's trade with these people. Bronze, bronze, electrum. Trade. Export of crossbows is prohibited. Well, we got that. Probably in the most recent Lord of the Rings film. Actually, probably in The Hobbit. What, was he in The Hobbit? Can't remember. I don't think Gimli had a moment in The Hobbit, did he? I don't know. They were so busy masturbating over Legolas in those movies that they forgot to throw the dwarves in. You Prey gets fixed at every release is the one that makes fully tamed rocks still hostile to your soldiers. I mean, all mega beasts do that, but with rocks it's twice as bad because they actually have a child tag so you can domesticate them. Rocks and dragons both do that. His dad was in The Hobbit? Okay. I fell asleep through most of The Hobbit. So. Apologies. I'll buy a strawberry wine barrel. Thanks, humans. Although I'm going to keep the trader here, because I'm going to have more to trade in a minute. You enjoy a good long-distance drive? Yeah. I mean, I don't like long drives, but I don't know. I don't think 200 miles is very far. Especially not for, like, shipping something, like a food product. What's up, Warm Shadow? How we doing? How we feeling? We doing okay? But, Molo, you asked where Gimli is. Well, probably in Lord of the Rings. Unless they edited him out. In which case, probably in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. I don't know. I tend to agree, Trumpet. I tend to agree. See here, I thought you were saying, oh no, why? Because I went straight to people wanking off over Legolas in The Hobbit. But in reality, you were talking about his state. That's funny. I've heard good things about it as a place to live, Smitty. I wouldn't want to live there because it's America. But I've heard good things. We can't have nice things because big companies ruin them. That's why we can't have nice things. Iowa's a pretty good Slipknot album. Outside of that, no real thoughts there. I feel like everybody, you know, I think that there is a degree of natural dislike for the place that you live because you know all of the problems with it. Like, it's like when someone says to me, someone I know who I kind of dislike is obsessed with where I live, right? And the last time he was in this stream, he straight up stated, he's like, I want to move to Whistler, British Columbia. Now, most of you are probably kind of unfamiliar with Whistler. This dwarf will be okay. Proud remembering teaching. He is angry about being confined, but he can deal with that. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. If you don't live in the greater Vancouver area, you won't know anything about this. But there's a place at the end of the Sea to Sky Highway called Whistler. Now, it's world famous. It's where we held most of the Olympics. And it's basically a ski resort town. Fucking terrible place to live. You do not want to live in Whistler. It's expensive as shit. There's nothing to do except for ski half of the year. And it's loud as fuck. It's a party town. It's not the sort of place you want to live. You don't want to live in Whistler. Whistler is excellent to visit. Excellent to visit. You do not want to live in Whistler. They have one fucking grocery store and it's absurdly expensive. You don't want to live in Whistler. And I know people who've lived in Whistler who love biking and fucking love skiing. But you don't want to live there. And even the people who live in Vancouver or Squamish or one of the other towns that are like kind of close to it all state and all agree you do not want to live in Whistler. You want to live around it. I mean, it's a big tourist dense destination. It's world famous for a reason. as a local, I know you don't want to fucking live there because I know what it's like to live there. But from the outside, it looks like this wonderful place to live, right? And so when there's a place that has this aura or this, like, what's the word I'm looking for? This mystical kind of impression from the outside, people want to live there, regardless of whether or not it's a good place to live. And I think that happens with big cities a lot, too. Specifically, cities like New York. There's a lot of kind of... there are other cities like, let's just say, like LA, I think, or San Francisco. There's more like negative stories coming out of those cities now than positive things. But there's definitely like this kind of mystical aura around certain cities. Like I hear this about Minneapolis. I hear this about some cities in Florida. I hear this about some city like New York, for example, London. I hear it about Vancouver, like the city that I live in. I hear it about Toronto for some fucked up reason. Why the fuck would you want to live in Toronto? There's nothing in Toronto. It's a terrible fucking city. I hear it about Montreal. Like every big city has an aura of mystique around it. But when you've lived there, it's very easy to say, why the fuck would you want to live here? What's wrong with you? But that's because you have the experience and you've spent a large amount of time there. People who haven't don't have that basis for comparison, right? So I think that just kind of is the way of living in a place for a while. If you've lived in a place for a while, it's real easy to say, why the fuck would you want to live here? Like as a Vancouverite, it's very easy for me to say, why the fuck would you want to live in Vancouver? Like no one can actually afford to live in Vancouver unless you're a multimillionaire, right? Like there's a lot of reasons to not live in Vancouver. But on the flip side, there's a lot of perks to living in Vancouver, and I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. You know, like one of my teammates is in Vienna, right? That is one of those cities over here where it's like, it's this weird, like, fairy tale mystical place that doesn't really exist. But you hear people talking about it like, oh, I'd love to go to Vienna. Is it a particularly interesting city? Nah. It's a city. Everybody wants to be somewhere they haven't been. Only if Mozart is there? Yeah, fair. You definitely feel that way about Seattle after 15 years? See, like, Seattle, having been to Seattle just, to me, feels like a bigger, more expensive Vancouver. So I'd rather just live in Vancouver. And we have nicer mountains, no offense. And less Facebook head offices. We do, however, have an EA Games head office, which is kind of scary. Set them on fire. But, you know, the key is to move every 5 years, or just, like, live somewhere that no one knows about nor cares about and get really dedicated to a small community and then never move. I'm pretty happy with where I am, too. I could see myself moving to one of the smaller towns in the interior, but I see that also as rather unlikely. There was a good long while there where I kind of wanted pretty badly to move to Halifax. And I still kind of do, but I think being close to family is more important for the time being. It's not the best place in the world, but it's not the worst. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty consistent with where I live these days. Yeah, see, this is why you have good prisons. This dwarf feels pleasure near a completely sublime restraint, pleasure near a fine bed, pleasure near a wonderful cabinet, angry after being confined, pleasure near a completely sublime statue, and pleasure near a completely sublime container. I guess living anywhere is gonna come with its problems, you know? I very recently re-upped my stockpile and have about an ounce in my cupboard. Smitty. So yes, you guys do need to solve that problem. The Forgotten Beast, Lessie Enibriatha, has come. An enormous one-eyed woodpecker. It has 3 long straight tails and it undulates rhythmically. Its purple feathers are fluffed out. Beware its fire. It's this thing up here, this guy. Maybe we'll see a titanic combat between 2 grand beasts. One-eyed woodpecker. It sounds like a cartoon character. Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a fight between 2 forgotten beasts. Just set something on fire. Ah, a large rat. All right. Is it just sitting in its fire? Yep. Come on, Woody Woodpecker. Fly across the water. You know you want to. You could get the state legislature to do anything. I have no idea what your one-eyed woodpecker does sound like an innuendo. That does, now that you mention it. Me and my one-eyed woodpecker gonna go have some fun tonight. That's terrifying. It's just like when I had a one-eyed snake attack me. I had a one-eyed... It was a one-eyed anaconda, and it shot webs. It was distressing. When did caverns happen? I think year 110? It's like 50 years ago. We dug down to the caverns because I wanted to see what they looked like. It is late summer, getting close to paperwork season. So there's another forgotten beast over here on this shelf up here, this guy, who has killed like a dozen plus forgotten beasts. Is a humanoid composed of green glass, has a straight tail, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. It's killed over a dozen forgotten beasts at this point. Now we have this woodpecker sitting down here. Yeah, no, I do actually have access to the caverns, but it's like sealed off mostly because they're pretty active, and there's some pretty scary forgotten beasts in here. So it's like triple sealed with different levers. And forbidden hatch, artifact hatch. Maybe one day I'll go down there again. I do have access to it because I think it's kind of important to know where they are. But outside of that, yeah, we don't go down there much. You yawn just from hearing that? You know you don't need to keep track of all of those, right? This is something that you're willfully doing to yourself. I have a feeling that this bird is just going to sit there. So we're going to jump back up to the surface. Oh, my yawn? Oh, okay. My bad. The empathy, the context of empathy surrounding yawns is fascinating to me. If you empathize with a person, you're more likely to yawn when they do. One of those fun facts. Aw, look at Dark Skynet getting carried around by mums. Dagama, says Dark Skynet. He is 1 year old, almost walking. It's adorable. He'll be moving around on his own pretty soon. I need to hack down some more trees. You're a very empathetic person. I don't generally yawn when I see other people yawning. Empathy is something I have to train my brain to have for other people. I'm pretty good at being empathetic these days, but I've definitely had moments where I have like zero empathy or care for other people. Definitely when I was working, I cared a lot less. It's something that I've had to work on. Kind of wish these chickens would lay some eggs so I could forbid them. Like more chicks. But yeah, no, Smitty, D-Kid, I do hope that you guys get to legalize that shit, because the lack of legalization in that is just... Or the confusion around the legality of cannabis in North America is mind-boggling and a perfectly good example of why America is very bad at actually getting shit done. Maybe even the best example. And the annual tributes have arrived. It is that season. Both of them. They came from the same angle, too. You have GoPro. Ooh. Do you want to host a music session tonight? I could set that up for you after stream if you like. I think it's time to clean out this pen. And this one. Yep. There's a very, very, very good documentary on that subject on Netflix called Grass is Greener. Very good documentary. Regardless of whether or not you're even remotely interested in cannabis, it's worth watching. It's just a very good documentary. I'll set up a role for you tonight. Pilot guy. I'll set up a role for you tonight. The more we do this, the more I just really want to make a legit online radio station. I know, Aqua was talking about doing something like that. That's everything in one. Here, we'll do it in two. Let me know when to scroll. And your hands smell like lavender? That sounds kind of nice. Eventually the greed of... Yes, you are correct. The greed of taxing it's going to help. It is indeed an intense tribute, yeah. Especially like the iron crossbow. A menacing silver spike. Glorious. Why did they tribute? Because I demanded them tributing. You can demand tribute when you raid people. It's one of the options. You need a squad. They gave me a silver cauldron, which is useless in this mode. I'm assuming you got it, Stone? But yeah, we have 3 different factions bringing us an annual tribute of random garbage and like things like rhubarb seeds. It's a protection rack that started over 100 years ago. Absolutely it is. You bet your ass it is. Where's the other humans? Because they're a bunch of pussies. You're not too wrong, yeah. But in this screen, this faction at the bottom here, the Eternal Adventure of Time, is my faction. Every single group with a T on it is bringing us stuff. So the Council of Men, the group of Soaring, and the group of Alchemy, which are all human towns, are all bringing us annual tribute. And Stone has been keeping track of them as they've come in real time since the beginning. Oh, well, I think they just brought some thread and a bull, because this human is carrying a bull. Oh shit, Cade grew up. Well, I'm gonna give you... I need to figure out what you can do. Is annoyed when caught in the rain, feels pleasure near a fine door. What do you like? You like black bronze, cinnamon, glossier lynx, leather, snail shell, ballista arrows, and cave swallows. Alright, so I'm going to give you siege engineering, operating, and mechanics. We're going to go into metal smithing. I'm going to give you first those three: furnace operating, blacksmithing, and metal crafting. Under crafts, I'm going to give you leather working. And I'll give you the default medical tasks. And there you go. That's a lot of stuff. Can say that again. Things come in sets of 25 each. High numbers in bolts and arrows and booze. I want to know how much blood they've brought me. That's something I'm actually kind of curious to know, is how much blood have they brought me? Since the beginning. How much blood have they brought me? There is no use for blood. Blood being brought by traders is actually a glitch. There is no way to get blood out of barrels either once it's in blood. If I go to, I think it's liquids. Donkey bee, honey bee royals jelly, a bunch of ichor, toad blood, tree frog blood, rabbit blood, badger blood, rat blood. I should really just dump all these. I think I'm actually just gonna do that. White stork blood, horse milk, goose blood, barn owl blood, cockatiel blood, peach-faced lovebird blood, gremlin tears. Gremlin tears. That one's a classic. All right, we're gonna dump all of these because I didn't realize I had this much. I'm gonna keep the gremlin tears though, because that's just hilarious. Also gonna keep the forgotten beast extract. Rabbit blood, badger blood, hamster blood, bat blood, skunk blood, dingo blood. Alpaca's milk will keep. White stork blood, goose blood, barn owl blood, cockatiel blood, peach-faced lovebird blood. Cow's milk will keep. That will keep. That will keep. Those will keep. That won't keep. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. No, it's completely useless in Dwarf Fortress. So when traders arrive and when factions send goods to be given or traded, they're being really slow. He's carrying a cage with a cow in it. and he's just carrying it. It's taking him a while. It was along here. Oh, there they are. They're on the stairwell. This guy. Yeah, he's carrying a cage with a cow in it. He's carrying wheelbarrows. Not cages with a cow in it? Or when they have like a donkey and on the donkey's back is a cage and in the cage is an elephant? Like that kind of stuff? Oh, in real life, absolutely, yes. There's certainly uses for blood in real life as part of cooking. But in Dwarf Fortress, there is no use for it. But the reason it happens is because the game just selects random liquids and puts random liquids into barrels as trade goods. So random liquids can be blood or tears because those are both liquids. It's less likely that it'll be those, but it is possible. And it happens quite a lot because of it. A reindeer bull. There we go. A copper cage, 5 spinach leaves, 1 llama wool yarn, and an iron whip. Now that's nice of them. An iron whip. I think that instead of fixing it, they should just simply give us some sort, like, just let us use blood as a cooking material. Done. You know, problem solved. What's up, Crombion? Yeah, it is a little weird. They should just let us use it as a cooking material. I mean, we can cook with alcohol. Why can't we cook with blood? Like, that would just make total fucking sense. Also, Wendrisco, thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Yeah, make some black pudding. Or maybe make like a type of sausage that uses blood. Just let us make blood sausage or something, you know? I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. And what requests do you have of our dwarves? Silver, copper, bronze, brass, steel, pig iron, rose gold, and black bronze. And bismuth, why not? And then, of course, all of the wood. I'm pretty sure that black pudding and blood sausage are different things. As somebody who's had both of them, I'm pretty sure they're different things. Because you can use blood as part of sausage, whereas black pudding is just blood. Like, I've definitely had sausage that has had blood in it, and that's a blood sausage. Whereas black pudding is, like, just blood, more or less. Dwarves don't make... Do dwarves make soup? I think they make stew. I know they make biscuits. Need to look at the meals. Farewell, cheers, Jamie. I look forward to our meeting next year. Fine mayor of Longdeath. Our fortunes rise and fall together. A wine-like drink with blood? Good. That I will skip by. Sure, it's a filling soup, yeah. A hearty soup. A stew is a hearty soup. I don't know. I just wanted to make it clear that I know what black pudding is, and blood sausage in my brain is something kind of different. Like, blood sausage has more meat than blood in it, whereas black pudding is, like, mostly blood. Blood and thickener. Madness. I mean, you want to know a real crazy thing? Soft taco shells are also a type of bread. That's absolute madness. Sure, but every blood sausage I've ever had in the ingredients thickener was listed, so I'm assuming some form of starch. Like, sure, you probably don't need it, but I've also never cooked blood, so I don't know. Bit out of my realm of expertise, shall we say. Buying all of the fancy bars. Blood is a starch, yes, but if you want it to hold together like a sausage, you often need to add more. What does that have to do with literally anything in this discussion, my friend? And, Aqua, if you continue that discussion, I will time you out for an hour until you get that shit out of your system, because it is the most immature, dumbest, most moronic, bullshit, annoying arguments that the internet causes, and I don't get paid enough to deal with that kind of garbage. So if you want to perpetuate that kind of garbage, you can go do it in some forum and annoy people there instead of my chat. That'd be very much appreciated. Those jokes stopped being funny in like 2013, 12 even. So cease. Hey. Like if we start having those is a taco a sandwich or is a hot dog a taco arguments, I'm going to just ban a bunch of people. And then I don't need to listen to you. They're just like intentionally trying to annoy people and incite arguments for the sake of trying to annoy people and incite arguments. That's literally all it is. So whenever those conversations start, I just threaten to time a bunch of people out and then people get it and then they shut up. Because all it does is it annoys people and it starts arguments. That's literally all it does. It's one of those like things that I do my best to keep out of this chat because I just think that they're annoying and immature. This is a huge one. What, the Council of Men one? Oh no, so it's nothing against you, Aquasar, specifically. It's just I have a prejudice against those forms of jokes and discussions in general. Because they're just fucking annoying. Like, I listen to a podcast quite frequently, and there was a host who recently left the podcast, who used to start those discussions once every couple of episodes. He would like start up a full-blown discussion about that, and then they would like fill time with it for like 10 minutes, and I would systematically skip it all because it just makes me like unreasonably angry and stressed out for no reason. Generally, it's a combination of both, Patchwork. We get smarter as we grow, and we also, our sense of humor changes. The older we get, the smarter we get, and our sense of humor evolves. Yes. No, totally, Stone. I make really dumb jokes all the time, too. But the internet likes to do something with jokes, which is take the same joke, which was hilarious the first time you hear it, and run it into the ground. You know? Like, if I had $1 for every time somebody asked, is a hot dog a taco? Or something to that extent, or is cereal a soup in my chat, I'd probably be hundreds of dollars richer, because there was a period there where it was literally twice a day, every day, and I'm so fucking sick of it that I've straight up banned people for it. So I don't want to deal with it. Maybe that just means I don't have a particularly thick skin, and maybe that's true, but I just can't be asked. I've kind of pride myself on the fact that the audience that I attract to this channel is majority 25 plus and listens to interesting music, and we have interesting discussions. I mean, I thought it was funny the first time I heard it. The 7,846th time I've heard it, not funny anymore. More or less. It's just pointless discussions for the sake of discussing that do nothing but annoy people, does nothing but hurt the conversation. May you post a... there's no link permissions in this chat, so post whatever the heck you want. But if it breaks terms of service or is something that shouldn't be posted in the chat, you'll never post again. Just please don't like post links to your own stream and say, I'm going live! Don't do that. Oh, I've seen this, I think. Yes, I've seen that. Old image is old. You're not that shallow? You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. That's a lot of liver. Holy shit. Maybe the humans hate liver. No. That's the problem. Patchwork. Is people assume that people like me don't get it. So to you guys, it's hilarious. To me, it does two things. It stresses me the fuck out, and it makes me unreasonably angry. And so if you think that me being angry is funny, let's discuss something that's actually intelligent that I can be angry about, instead of something that is so fucking moronic I just want to ban people. I don't know if I hate liver, because I haven't had liver in a very long time. So I couldn't tell you if I hate liver. I can tell you I don't hate moose nostril, though, because I had moose nostril more recently. No, it's exactly what you're saying, Patchwork. Because it's really hard to tell when you're talking to somebody else whether or not they genuinely don't get it, or whether or not it just makes them unreasonably angry like me. No, I had a moose nostril stew. It was like cubes of meat. It was made with moose nostril and moose tongue. It was actually very tasty. It was like eating a steak stew. So, when I was younger, Userim, like when I was early teens, I think 2 years in a row, my family went to a charity banquet, which was put on by the Native Society around here. And it was like 4 different tribes all came together, and they brought all like food that they'd caught from like the hunting ranges and everything around here, and food that they'd farmed, and it was all made in traditional styles. So it was a lot of salmon dishes, a lot of lamb dishes, a lot of moose dishes, a lot of venison, that sort of stuff. But one of the things that was there was a stew made with moose nostril and moose tongue. It was delicious. I didn't eat the moose testicles, though. I wasn't that brave. But I did eat moose nostril and moose tongue. That was a fucking good stew. One of the best stews I've ever had. Big old potatoes in it. It's tasty as hell. With onions and soy sauce is great? Sure, I believe it. Most things with onions and soy sauce is great, so why wouldn't liver? Let's make some more cloth. Kind of just biding time until spring. But, because we also got a lot of stuff that needs to be put away. Once spring rolls around and we get through the rainy season, we're going to come back up here and start working on this again. Well, tell Jeff to go get lunch, damn it. Hey, Redbeard, what up? I mean, I guess so, Patchwork. I guess, like, my main frustration with it is, to me, it's just something that I see little kids giggling over and something that I see being perpetuated by very immature people. And as I stated earlier, I kind of pride myself on the fact that this chat has functional, interesting conversations every day, you know? Like, I try and build my stream to be the polar opposite. It's probably like a spread that you'd put on a piece of toast, Stone. Anyway, I kind of think of my stream as like being the polar opposite of something that would entertain a Fortnite kid. Also, if someone could do me a huge favor and re-up Stone, aka Seashore's Walls subscription, that would be fantastic. Someone needs to fill up that gift sub leaderboard anyway. But yeah, no, it's very much a... I want my stream to be the opposite of that. Like, what do the little kids want? Okay, what do I need to do to make my stream the opposite of that? To attract not that audience. Maybe that audience in 8 to 10 years when they've grown up a bit. But that's always been kind of one of my goals. Is like, I've always wanted to have an audience of people that is the polar opposite of the Fortnite audience. And how do I promote that and perpetuate that? Remove things that attract them. I mean, look at all of the work that Stone is doing on all of the rope read bags. The least thing that we can do is keep Stone, or Stone, subbed. Patchwork, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Stone. Cheers. You'd be surprised, actually, Pale Tuna. You'd be surprised. Every now and again, I get those kids. Every now and again. Regardless of just playing DF and, like, never going into the just chatting directory and all that shit. Like, every now and again, they do find their way in here. And thank you, Spitalier, for gifting a random sub out. Cheers. To Archie. Enjoy those stupid skulls, Archie. Thanks to the late delay. Oh, did you miss Stone? You had that one in your crosshairs and you missed? Cheers. Thank you. I'm very curious about what you mean by adult Muppets. Do you mean like young kids trying to pretend to be adults? Or do you mean something else? I'm a little confused. What do you mean by adult Muppets? Did you hack down all the trees that I told you to cut down? The heck happened to all of my woodcutters? Perhaps they went and all died of old age again. It's very much a possibility. That or I don't have enough of them. Spitalier has supported this stream very heavily over the years. Aqua. Adult Muppets sound like some disgusting sexual act. You're not wrong, it does. So me up until I was 24. Got it, Crumpyorn. Actually, not totally true. I think I grew up a lot quicker than a lot of kids my age. I meet kids my age that are so much less mature all the damn time. Didn't they, like, try and restart Blind wants an adult chat where we can have fun, serious talk? Also Blind 69 giggles. I mean, that's pretty adult, Diamond. What is maturity? Knowing when to shut up. That's maturity. 9 copper toy hammers. Man, I mean, how many kids do we have? We have 8 kids now. We had 9 when we started. So maybe they put in an order for 9. Committing the funny number. You're not wrong. I mean, actually, you know what? I'm going to go to Urban Dictionary because they're never wrong. And I'm going to get them to define the term maturity. The top definition for the word maturity on Urban Dictionary from 2014 is nothing you'll ever read in the Urban Dictionary. Yeah, that's pretty much checks out. Clap. Good job. It's weirdly accurate, yep. I'll tell you what maturity isn't. Being that person who I banned from the stream a couple weeks ago, who comments on every single one of my YouTube videos, or did for about 3 days until I banned him from commenting on my YouTube channel. Then he made a new account and started doing it again. Every single one of my YouTube videos to unban his username. So thanks for the views, nerd, but I just added your name to banned terms, so literally can't do that. The whole Tev team got fired. So last summer, they let their... Hold on. I want to get this right, because I was looking at it this morning. Yeah, they fired their creative director and lead narrative designer summer last year. And they just delayed the game by quite a long time and removed the whole thing. What did the person comment? That part's irrelevant, so I'm not going to bother telling you. They literally just said, hey, please unban this username. But no, I'm not unbanning them because they were fucking obnoxious. I mean, I definitely have sociopathic tendencies, but I think being aware of them makes you mature. Like, being aware that you have problems and making moves to attempt to fix them is a step to becoming mature. IMO. I love it when my brain fills in the end of a word. Yes, you are right. Thanks for the correction there. What was I going to make? Battle axe. Iron battle axe. Let's make 10 iron battle axes. I wonder if maybe the problem is I just don't have enough axes. I may have sold all my weapons. Shoutouts to Rolling Well. Which is weird because Hardsuit Labs, which was the studio behind it, was literally formed to make that game, right? I don't know. It seems like a weird thing, man. Like a weird fucking thing. Weird as hell. I don't know. It sucks that I hope that studio lands on their feet, and I hope that they don't go under because of it. 105 bloody strawberry plants and 200 loose strawberries. 200 units of loose strawberries. That or the game, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to speculate because I don't have any word from the inside, and I think speculating is a bad thing to do. Yeah, no, totally. What I would say, though, Trumpet Dog, is I wouldn't pre-order that thing. That's all I'll say about that. Traders brought bananas? The elves brought bananas? That's kind of amazing. I love that this birdie Forgotten Beast is still just chilling here. Just chilling. You love the first game in the pen and paper universe? It's a cult classic for sure. Kind of sucks because, like, not the type of game I would make in that universe. But, because I'd want something that, I don't know, so I know a little bit about the White Wolf universe. To exterminate goblins? I mean, if you're playing a video game, no, not necessarily. But I almost never do. Goblins are kind of fucking cool, dude. Green boys are badass. They keep attacking. It's probably your fault. Nitri, what's up? It's good to see you. Welcome back. Once again. To this weird stream. Where we stream weird things and things. Is that winter? I think it's winter. Because we were in fall. Ford is thriving. Good to hear. But yeah, if the goblins keep attacking, fucking fight back, man. Just found the cavern. Ooh. Anything fun down in the cavern? Are poopy heads for attacking so much? I don't know about poopy heads. That's more like monkeys. Monkeys are poopy heads when they steal my anvil. Well, that's your fault then. You attacked them first. I wonder why they're attacking you. Good luck. The goblins left and you became a barony. Good shit, man. Goblins are big meanie? Eh. Demons who make goblins evil are big meanie. Here's the thing that you need to remember about Dwarf Fortress. Goblin civilizations can majority be mean, but their actual personality is depicted by where they were raised and who they were raised with, right? So it's very possible that you could have a lovely goblin. An absolutely lovely goblin. Who was raised with dwarves. Thinks like dwarves, acts like dwarves, and talks like dwarves. So plenty of goblins are lovely. It's all a matter of where they were raised. Yes, Kias and monkeys are primeval. Goblins, misunderstood. Potentially. I had a goblin king in a fortress pretty recently, and he was great. It was actually really interesting because he had a dwarven name, and he had a dwarf. Literally, the entirety of his description read like a dwarf, except instead of saying craftsdwarfship, he said craftsmanship, and the only other thing that wasn't dwarfy about him was his description. He had the red eyes and the green skin. Everything else about him read like a dwarf, and it was kind of great. Goblins can be fantastic, fair creatures, if they're raised in the right environment. Just like humans can be horrible if we're raised in the wrong environment. It's always the fault of the parents. And if the parents happen to be, you know, a demon overlord who likes to set his subjects on fire for fun once a week during grand celebrations, well, yeah, you're going to have kind of a rough upbringing. was just born into the wrong body. Potentially, in that case. I don't know. Well, I mean, morality is something that we have to learn, right? And that's one of the reasons I love Dwarf Fortress so much, is it simulates that, right? We adopt morals based on our surroundings. The people that we know, the people that we talk to, the people that raise us, right? I mean, yes, you could have disabilities that make it harder for you to have morals, or be somebody like me where you have sociopathic tendencies and it's harder to associate and feel bad for people. But I still have that. Right? I still do feel for people and want to help. And it's something that I've had to teach myself over the years. And I've gotten better at it. Oh, absolutely you can have non-dwarves living and working in your fort. Exactly 300? Let me know when they're over 9,000! You had a demon leader become friends with the humans. He had over for his wrestling festivals, which was rather interesting considering he'd done what he'd done to the surrounding populace. That tends to happen with demon overlords a lot. They eventually like become like Dragon Ball Z figures and just roam the lands, like participating in sporting events. Like I kind of imagine them like Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball like figures, where they're just like kind of assholes with funky haircuts that look mostly like people, but maybe a little bit weird. And then they just go from place to place and just like participate in events. But I think the simulation of morality is the most interesting thing to me about Dwarf Fortress. And it's the reason that Dwarf Fortress is one of the only games that has hit that point where it's like, oh, well, how many more options do we need to give these little things before it's just sentience? Maybe we'll get there. I don't know, Yuzurun, because I've never watched the original dub for the American version. I've seen the original sub, but I haven't seen the original dub, so I don't know. I've always known him as Mr. Satan. So I'd have to look it up. Was it Hercule? No. I've always known him as Mr. Satan. He's always been Mr. Satan for me. Which is a much better name. Dragon Ball Z is just professional wrestling, the cartoon. So, silly. Good stuff. Also had a Dwarven Empire that suffocated from a Necromancer coup. Ooh. And would not stop throwing festivals, and one of the Necromancers kept losing a hammer throwing competition and making oppressive edicts afterwards. Good shit. I had a human female Necromancer, Dwarven Queen. So she was a queen of a Dwarven faction who was a female Necromancer. And she would marry 1 to 5 husbands a year, then plot to murder them. You were in chat earlier, Nitri. Yeah, I saw you. Just because you're typing things and I don't respond to everything doesn't mean I don't see you. But yes, we see you. But yes, the barony will pass down to the Baroness's kids. Yes, or their partner's kids. If they have children and they die, it will be passed down through the family bloodline, which is why I don't have one, because mine didn't have kids. And so it was assigned to the next most important dwarf. Where was I going with this? I had a thought that I was talking about. Anyway, so yeah, this necromancer lady just carried on being a necromancer, and then every year she would marry 3 to 5 times, and then plot to murder her husbands, like literally would plot to murder her husbands, and then resurrect them as zombies, and then would go get married a couple more times. So she was like this crazy polygamy, multi-husband necromancer lady. What were you fighting with? Oh, killed a Gorlak. Poor fucking Gorlak, man. Should get a Netflix show. I mean, zombies don't complain as much, and they don't get exhausted ever. That's all I'm gonna say. There you go. She had hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. One of the weirder comments or questions I had submitted to the last Tarn Adams interview came in from Anonymous, so I don't know who sent this in, but they basically stated like a request for Tarn to add more, and this is how they worded this, so I'm assuming they're a child, 18 plus interactions to Dwarf Fortress. Said they were tired of just reading fan fiction. She drove the bang bus, and the bang bus was made out of zombies. Basically, yeah. Also, she used the bang bus to invade countries, and more or less eviscerated the elves from existence. Yeah, no, it was one of the. There's a VOD of it if you go digging for it, but it's probably not worth looking. It was one of the first big Legends days I did. I need to unsuspend some of these weapon traps and get those working again, so I actually need to finish those. It was one of the first Legends days I did after Villains launched. So it was like literally, I spent a day just generating worlds and reading Legends. It was like a 9-hour stream or something. Back in February 2020 when the first Villains patch came out. And we literally just spent a whole day just reading Legends. And that was one of the stories we came out. And thus creating more horny zombies, right? But anyway, it was just a funny story. It was just a funny comment to read in there because I was just looking at it going like, all right, well, like, what do you want? Do you want the dwarves to like woohoo like they do in The Sims? Like, do you want fireworks to come out from under their beds? Like, what do you want? I'm just imagining that bus goats just bouncing like this, just going do 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 do. It's a way too fucking funny of a mental image. You're literally dying right now. It was really funny reading it. It was literally just like, got married, plotted to murder ex-husband, got married, divorced, got married, divorced guy, got married to the same guy, romantic relationship, plotted to murder, married. Like, just on repeat. It was too good. It was one of the best readings I've ever done in DF. Oh, actually, although the hardest I've ever laughed at something in DF wasn't that. The hardest I ever laughed was Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. It was like, I generated a new world, and I looked at Legends, and I looked at sites, and the first site that was listed was Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. And Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole was a cave that... The naked ass was also a pretty good laugh. Was a cave, and it was filled with kobolds, and there was like hundreds of kobolds in this cave, and they had a market in it named Duber, and from what I could tell, about 30 to 40% of the artifacts in the entire world were in that cave because they were just like this maniac tier kobold thieving guild based out of Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. It was so fucking funny. Was what? The lion throwing meme is really fucking good. Freeways. Also, hi. How you doing, man? Oh, man, that shit's too good. I'm trying to think of other dumb random shit I've seen in DF. I mean, the kind of dark, but there was a time I had a ghost spawn in and throw a table across a room, and it sliced the guts of a dwarf open, and then the dwarf continued to run for like another 10 to 15 squares before just like keeling over dead. That was amazing. It was just like a ghost has toppled table. Like, then just like table flying across the screen, and then just dwarf bleeding. It was, I think, my first time seeing entrails, and it was horrifying. I have to not do all of these weapon traps at once. In a lurky mood? Enjoy your lurky mood. Cheers, man. I mean, the way I describe Dwarf Fortress is it's like playing D&D without needing other people. Like, that's what Dwarf Fortress is to me. Really. Look at the snow coming down. Kind of wish we actually had enough snow that it would actually pile up, instead of just getting these light dustings of snow. We just get dustings. It's like here. It doesn't really pile up much. Although I do kind of just have this like image of just like an animated Scooby-Doo bus made out of, or packed full of horny zombies driven by a human necromancer just going, that's just stuck in my head now. Like, I've just got that image right there. Like, it's right in my brain and I can't get it out. It is kind of amazing, yeah. It is high quality, high tier comedy. It's kind of like that video game Lollipop Chainsaw. Did anybody else play that game when that came out? Because I played it at a friend's house once, and I was very unimpressed with it. That was a very bad game. Very heavily marketed. Very bad. Not Suda 51's best work. Fair enough. I thought that game was very bad. I thought it played like garbage. Interesting concept. But actually playing that thing? Mm-mm. I like a lot of Suda 51's work too. Not a very good game. It's not great, but it was Suda 51. Sure. I mean, there are game developers that I will give all of the time in the world because I like their past work. See Jupiter Hell, for example. Man, you know what? I've said this a billion times, but I really, 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 really hope, I really do hope that at some point, Bay 12 Games does the thing that I genuinely want them to do, which is after the Steam version releases, I want a Bay 12 Games pack. I want Toady to go and take as many of those old games that they made and gave away for free that he still has, and take all of their old projects and games that they made and just put them together into a pack of games. Don't even like change them or anything. They can be half made and busted. I don't care. And just put it up on Steam for a couple bucks. I want to play that so bad. You're trying to think of a developer you would do that for? For me right now, unquestionably, I will play literally anything that Playdead puts out. Yeah, fucking put Liberal Crime Squad on Steam. Although Liberal Crime Squad you could probably put up as a separate thing. Although isn't Liberal Crime Squad like community developed these days? Wouldn't that be on them to do that? I probably could put that up for free. No problem. But anyway, I don't know. I'd like to see Bay 12 more of Bay 12 games stuff like World War II Medic. Get that out there. Get that game out there that is playable. All right, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours without a break. I'm just going to take a real quick toilet break and stretch session. I'll be back in a minute. All right, streamer returneth. Just needed that short stand up and stretch. But I'm trying to think of other developers now. MetaNet because of N++. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I will play anything that Epion makes without question. Anything Playdead puts out, I will play without question because I love both Inside and Limbo. And behold the blood. Oh no. Is that all of the blood that they brought? That's a lot of blood. No, I don't think they're vampires. I think they're just butchers. Now I'm just thinking of other developers. Hold on, let me look at Steam real quick. Yeah, there's not too many I would do there. There's like maybe. I mean, I'll play any game that has the two words in the title, Creeper World. Any Creeper World game I'll play. Anything Jonathan Blow makes, I'll play. No questions asked. Yeah, anything Jonathan Blow makes, I'd play. Without question. There's a few others that are growing on me now. I've never liked Naughty Dog's gameplay, but I do get why people like Naughty Dog so much. I do understand why people like Naughty Dog. It's not for me. Jonathan Blow is insane, and it's part of the reason I like him. He's completely nuts. That's why he's so fascinating. We've got a lot of cows to slaughter.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
That's plenty. Hey, Orange. What up, dude? How's things, man? White Wolf stuff earlier. I heard good things about Vampire the Masquerade mode for Crusader Kings 3. Very good things to try in that at some point. Is that official or a mod in Saudi? What Aqua said. Man, I've got a lot of canceling of weaving thread into cloth. I wonder why that is. Uh-oh. I don't see anything on fire.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
It's true. That one startled me. Oh, you love Naughty Dog for their platformers? Oh yeah, you'll never get that again. Fair enough. I mean, I like Valve for... Your fingers get sore without macros. No, I agree with that. I get... what's the word? Or I used to, you know, really like Valve for Portal. So I'm right there with you. Kind of different, but... Well, that's kind of awesome. GLaDOS is your waifu? It's hard to angle it on this camera without standing up. Your waifu's a potato, my friend. What? Or rather, was a potato. Portal 2 is one of the only games I think that if I had the option to, I would use that Men in Black device to erase my memory of it so that I could have that big, dumb, fucking stupid smile on my face that I had on the first time I played it from end to end. I have lots of bones to make into crowns. How did Danny do in prison? Just fine. Good stuff. A little bit angry, but you'll be okay. I don't know. I kind of... I'm not a member of... I've never been particularly into White Wolf stuff. I've been aware of it for a really long time, but I've never been super into it. But the way I kind of view White Wolf is very similar to Mech Warrior fans. Like, a very fucking tortured fan base. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not even fair how mistreated the fan base of Mech Warrior is. And I kind of feel like White Wolf is in a similar space. I'm not really into Paradox games, but I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. They do have drastically different mechanics. I think there's like an argument to be made where their Rome game is pretty similar to Crusader Kings in some ways, but they're still also pretty widely different. I don't know how much I necessarily agree with that take. But then again, I also don't play their games, so probably I'm not the best person to have say. Here's the thing. I consider myself a diehard Portal fan. I do not want another Portal game, and I hope they never make another Portal game. Very simple reason why. The entirety of the writing team no longer works at Valve. And we had Bridge Constructor Portal, which was different writers. It was bad, writing-wise. Gameplay was Bridge Constructor game. I don't trust anybody else to ever write for those characters. The soul of Portal is the writing. Don't ever make another Portal game, please. Valve, please do not make another Portal game. If they make a Half-Life 3, there could be cameos, but I do not think they should ever make another Portal game. Certainly, but there's nothing with writing like Portal, and that's because Portal's writing is something special, and they wrap up that story real nicely. They put a bow on it. They should just leave it. Also, we've hit spring, which means somebody could die. I don't think anybody died, though. At least we haven't found anybody dead yet. And the annual tribute from Busty Jismuck has arrived. I mean, memes like that are kind of pointless, Bailey's, because in my opinion, Half-Life 3 is Half-Life Alyx. I know it's a spinoff, but it's basically Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3. And Half-Life Alyx did well enough that they've stated they are working on another Half-Life game. There are more Half-Life projects in development. We will get a Half-Life 3. But do you kind of see where I'm coming from, Crombjorn? You know? Like, I think that the one thing that you can do, and this is the problem I think that video game franchises have, like see Assassin's Creed for this problem, is they come up with a formula that works, and then they just pump out that formula for all eternity until it ceases to be the thing that it started as. And you know, as somebody who likes the Half-Life franchise, I'm kind of okay with that. Bailey's, I'm kind of okay with that. Antichamber made me super motion sick, so I refunded it. No blood, that is true, yeah. And I love puzzle games, and I love first-person puzzle games. But I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be completely different. It would definitely have the same DNA. But it would probably be closer to like Portal Stories Mel or Thinking with Time Machines or those other mods that exist out there, right? It would use similar mechanics. It would look visually the same, but it would have different writing that is nowhere near as good as the source material, right? Or different enough from the source material that we would notice. And it wouldn't feel the same, you know? And I actually have a problem with Portal 2. I love Portal 2, to be clear. But that game's too long, in my opinion. And the difficulty doesn't ramp up enough. The later levels aren't hard enough to offset the early levels. And the mechanics that they added were interesting, but not that groundbreaking outside of the Portal stuff that I really wanted more after that. And I think that it wrapped up the story so well and left me wanting more so well that if they ended it and leave it and never touch it again, I'm completely happy. Unlike Half-Life, where it literally ends on a carrot-hanging cliffhanger, you know? Whereas Portal, I'm not going to spoil the ending of Portal, but if you've seen the ending of Portal, it's an ending. And it's a good one. And endings that are good are very, very, very rare in the video games industry. I mean, that could be addressed in a Half-Life game. Doesn't need to be addressed in a Portal game. Orange. Did I give birth yet? Not today, no. Who are you married to right now, actually? I mean, yeah, you don't have a significant other anymore. Your husband died. Yeah, your husband died a little while ago, and I told you this last time too. So you're not having any more babies anytime soon because you have no lover and no husband. I mean, I also said that earlier. I've said that many times, and I read it, but I said it too. Can't we both say the same thing? That's funny. But yeah, I mean, your children are growing up. You've got Nervicious, Vuzel, Sparkly 4K, who's recently started having children. Coldfire, who passed away, unfortunately. Vinsati, Mikael, who passed away. Black Hole, who's still alive. Stone the Third, who's dead. Goldpoke, the second, who's still alive. Axon, the second, who's still alive. The Squid, who's still alive. Cappy, who's dead. Clay, who's still alive. Peter the second, who's still alive. And Crystal Rose, who's still alive. And Anton Iceland, who's also still alive. But your husband is dead, so. Good timing. Soft audio, how's things? It'll be a puzzle game for mobile? It wouldn't be an official port. It wouldn't be Portal 3. I mean, they literally already made that game. A puzzle game for mobile, it's called Bridge Constructor Portal. They already made that. And they might make another one. And that's okay. I will ignore it too. I will maybe try it and go, this is bad, and then I will stop playing it. It doesn't scare me. It's just kind of a fact. That's what game companies do. It'll happen, and just don't worry about it. Just don't play it and move on. That's good. Are you at the job site right now, Audio? Bridge Constructor Portal, which we literally spoke about like 10 minutes ago, is a sequel to Portal 2. It continues the story. Like quite literally. It is in universe and it is canon. It's not great. It has different voice actors, different writers, and all of it is like just kind of meh. But it is a sequel. Yeah, that's what I was asking if you were back at the hotel. Good to know that you passed the testing thing. So when do you head home? You reject its reality? I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's a perfectly serviceable Bridge Constructor game with a Portal skin. Like, it's fine. But that's about it. So, I don't know. Cyrelac, what's up? It's good to see you, man. I don't know. I'm perfectly fine with franchises ending, no matter how much I love them. Then Thursday you have dental surgery. Hey, at least you're getting that surgery, right? It's fine. Crombjorn, it's fine. If you like bridge making games, it's fine. I played the first cube a long time ago and don't remember much of it. And I never played the sequel because they denied my key when I requested it. But as far as, I didn't put a barrel in there, did I? Yeah, we're good. These are all pots. Snow's finally melting. That's good. Things are going back to normal, sounds like. I mean, I would like to play the sequel to Cube. I never did. But, you know. No, definitely let him... I mean, I would definitely... Oh, actually, if he's breaking loose, yeah, shut off the hospital until he's in prison. But he might die, depending on how injured he is. I mean, over here, it started to feel warm outside. Cyberlang. It's kind of weird, actually. Yeah, then shut off your hospital. Like, if he's not, like, at risk of dying. I was going to say shut off the prison. But, yeah, shut off the hospital until he's in prison. I missed the first half of that the first time. What did the elves bring? Chipmunk, barn owl, weasel, donkey, mule, and emu. A shoe. We'll take a shoe. They did a terrible job marketing the sequel to Cube. Like a terrible job. Cube is good games. I spoke with the developer at PAX, and more or less, like, when I was talking to him about it, he was literally just like, yeah, so we were really big fans of Portal. And we just wanted to make one of those, which is kind of what they did. Looks like Cube 2 didn't do all that great. I mean, it didn't do terribly. It's got 600 reviews on Steam. I do wonder how well it did. Cube 1 Director's Cut. Like, the original Cube wasn't actually that good, and it was very short. And then they made Cube Director's Cut, which is like twice as long, which I never actually played. I played the original Cube. The original Cube was way shorter and had way fewer puzzles. But... And then there's also, you know, games like Chromagun. I think it's Chromagun? Yeah, Chromagun. Which is also very Portal-inspired when you look at it. This one, it was okay. It was all right. I wouldn't necessarily say it was great. But there's definite... And then, I mean, and even to a greater extent, there's also stuff like this, you know? Superliminal. Like, Portal opened a window for lots of other really good puzzle games that I don't think we would have gotten without Portal. So, you know, heck, even shit like Manifold Garden. Like, I'm just, like, looking at puzzle games on Steam now. Manifold Garden. I mean, even to a smaller extent, games like The Witness. I mean, The Witness is a very different thing. It's more Myst-inspired. Which, by the way, for those of you who like puzzle games, I'm fully planning on going back and replaying The Witness this year. That's happening. Another insane dwarf dead. You need to stop them from going insane in the first place, dude. Come on. You're afraid to play it due to addiction? Why would you be afraid to play it? It's got an ending. It's like a 40-hour-long game. Just play it and finish it and be done with it. Hyperbolica? You are like the 5th person to recommend it. Yeah, I have. I haven't watched too much of it. Hyperbolica, though, is one of those games where I look at it and I immediately am concerned about the issue that I had with Antechamber, where I look at it and I go, oh no. Oh no. That's a very specific FOV. So I'm worried about motion sickness. That's similar to pottery? Yes. The Witness is a beautifully designed world. Dehydration is the enemy. This is true. But it could have changed. I don't know. I'm not going to follow a game like that until it's out. When it's out, I'll worry about it. Till then, I'm totally fine to just wait. You know, there are games and styles of games that I follow very closely, and then there are other ones that I just play when I have time, and puzzle games are games I just play when I have time. I'm not super keen to follow that one. Antechamber has an uneditable FOV because the game is so perspective based. So any perspective based puzzles, I immediately get very worried. And unfortunately, a lot of those games, like Antechamber, like Superliminal, all of those games that are very perspective based have very specific FOVs because they're designed for that FOV. And unfortunately, most of those games are designed for below 80 FOV, which is like motion sickness for me. I need above 90 to 100 plus, ideally, to not get motion sick in first-person games. If it's under 70, I have maybe 20 minutes before I have a headache and want to vomit. And that's what Antechamber did for me. You need exactly 72 FOV to be okay? I need above 80. I want to say that, like, The Witness was locked at, like, 78 or something. Like, The Witness was almost unplayable for me. I mean, if given the option, I'll go up to 120, yeah. I know it genuinely is. Antechamber is the only game I've refunded on Steam. Fun fact. Because it just made me so sick. Do I play action platformers? I don't see well enough to play most action platformers. Same with most bullet hell games. Just found out Daft Punk broke up. Old news. We've talked about it twice today. I don't want to talk about that again. I don't like Daft Punk very much. Or rather, I like their early stuff. Didn't like Random Access Memories, and I thought that the Tron soundtrack was forgettable. But no, so most action platformers that require quick... So, Windresco, I don't know how long you've been watching my VODs and how long you've been watching my streams, but this eye doesn't work at all. This eye barely works. I have a really hard time with fast-paced action games that require dodging of a lot of big projectiles. Risk of Rain 2 is kind of like the limit of what I can do because it's like, oh, you're mostly just face tanking and dodging a giant blob of things. But outside of that, there is quite literally a limit to what I can play. And I tried to play Spelunky 2 off stream. That is definitely beyond my limit. I can't play Noita. I can't play games like Enter the Gungeon. I can't play games like Binding of Isaac. No, it's not awkward. It's fine. I can't play games like I'm trying to think of other bullet helly games. Neon Abyss. Trying to think of other games that people... Oh, Hades. Hades is like my biggest pain from last year because I want to play that game so much. It looks like such a good little run-based action RPG. But, like, can't play it. I just can't. Which is one of the reasons why I'm such a fucking stickler for the definition of roguelike. Because what most people consider roguelikes is a unplayable genre for me. And what I consider roguelikes are a super accessible and playable genre for me. Liam, cheers, man. How you been?
Happy 4-month sub anniversary from Liam that got his code back from On Air Online. Company for 6-month subscription on his own. All the best from my family to yours, Blind.
Cheers, Liam.
You do good work, his streamer. Keep up the good work. I will get Steam account back.
Did you lose your Steam account? That's not good. I think that you made her run out of air. But I hope you're doing well. You should get crutches and splints. And if you can, plaster for casts and soap and thread. How do you beer? Because you're not subscribed to the channel, you can type in the beers emoji, the word beer. You could type in HS cheers, the beers emoji. Water is very important for hospitals, yes. Water, then crutches and splints and thread, then soap, then plaster for casts. How does one make a crutch or a splint? Wood. Carpenter shop. Or metal. Whatever works. Or if you subscribe to the channel, then you can use the official beer emote. But subscribing is optional because the show is free. Hey, Trees. What's up? Now, are you talking about my beer emote, Kronbjorn, or are you talking about the emoji? Because these are two different things. You're an unsubbed scrub. You're not a scrub. Just because you're not subbed to the channel doesn't make you a scrub or a better or worse person. My emote? Ah, okay. Because Twitch emotes are not emoji. Emoji is a thing. Emotes are what we have on Twitch. Cooler did a good job drawing it. We are into mid-spring. I think it's time for us to start working on the above stuff up here. And I've got a bunch of black bronze, so we can work on this quite easily. I think we'll do roofing right now. So I think I've got a bunch of diorite. I think. Unfortunately, that goblet is empty, though, Useroon. You should fill it with something. Thanks, Trees. Blood, wine, beer, non-disclosed, lightly colored liquid. Checked it all day. Good shit, man. Apparently, yesterday was the best day for Jupiter Hell since launch, which is cool. And if you haven't yet, review it on the platform that you own it. Yeah, and if you flip it around, then we could do an easy clink combo. Because then you could have a Kia clinking with a Dwarf or a Skull. Beers back and forth. I mean, aren't we all? It was actually kind of funny. I was talking on the on my team Discord server, and Bellinaire is just like, "Yo, what are you making Cooler do?" And I was like, "Oh, he's animating a Dwarf Fortress sprite for me." And Bellinaire is just like, "Why?" And I'm just like, because I want it animated. He goes, "Oh, because like I'm now down a guy for Valheim because he took away one of my Vikings," which for some reason I find way too funny. Bellinaire was short a Russian that day because I made him draw art. Cooler's art's great, though. He did all of my emotes, all of Useroon's emotes. Or, rather, everything except for the skulls. The skulls were done a long time ago by a different artist. who doesn't do emotes anymore. There's my diorite. Did I really make that into floors? I want to make walls. Yeah, those were done by a different artist. I think I commissioned those in 2015, I want to say. I miss my skull artist, but you can't see debug? You should install Better Twitch TV or FFZ with the Better Twitch TV plugin. Then you can see debug. It's literally an animated dancing debug guy. You have no idea how to make dressing? What, for infections? If they need bandages, make sure they have cloth. You need cloth. Sad iPad noises. I mean, yeah, on phones you're kind of screwy. My mascot is a skeleton. The channel mascot is a skeleton because, I mean, first off, fucking look at me. I'm dead inside. Second off, we all have a skeleton inside of all of us, so it's something we can all relate to. But more accurate reality, why is a skeleton the mascot of the channel? This channel was started streaming modded Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. And I want to get off of Mr. Bones' wild ride. The fun never ends. It's just kind of stuck. Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine. So yeah, it's mostly that. I mean, it's the reason I also have the RCT Panda. Quite literally, that's what that is. I mean, I've been debating on getting rid of the panda for a while now, Audio. It's just, I know that there is about a dozen people that are still subscribed to me from the old days that would be really sad if I got rid of it. Just because I want to swap it out for a waving dwarf in, like, the same pose. But like a dwarf. I mean, some people say that skeletons are scary. You know what's way scarier than a skeleton? Is a living human without a skeleton. Way scarier than a naked skeleton. Naked skeletons are totally fine. But everything else on the body, without the skeleton, that is truly terrifying. I know you meant the skeleton thing, but... Or depression, yeah. That is also truly scary. But you know, it's not truly scary. Jellybutt, thank you very much for the 27th month. Welcome back. I hope running in the snow wasn't too cold. A weird, boneless, wobbly mess of jiggles and ugh. Yes, exactly. 10 times scarier than any skeleton. Part of the reason I'm so bad at doing any sort of exercising in the winter is because of, like, the weather. I'm so much better at doing, like, exercise-related things, especially, like, long walks and stuff, when it's sunny. And not, like, icky and gross. All right, well, I need to get to the other side of this, so... Trying to think, what would be a good way of getting up there? I guess I could just, like, go all the way across with this. With these nice ramps. Man, these dwarves working up here are making me nervous. I kind of wish they had safety harnesses. So if a dwarf falls off this, they're just dead. It's no questions asked, just dead. But seriously, thank you very much for the 27th month, and welcome back. 27 months is a long damn time. Who is dumb? We'll just pop. Yep. I mean, dwarves have their moments when they're not particularly bright. Ah, yes. Well, I mean, wouldn't you? In that, given that dwarf's position? I'd make jokes about real-life policing being as bad as dwarven policing, but, like, that might get too real. He dropped his crutch. Oh, I hope you give it back to him when he goes to prison. A doctor followed. That's good. So you forgot something, sir. It is pretty funny when they try and fight going to prison. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes a little sad, but also kind of funny. I think they finished making their bone crafts. Stockpile's empty. Those we can get rid of. And those we can get rid of. Let's get rid of a bunch of stuff in there. Got a beating in 85 days. What was the crime? Good on you for having prisons set up, though. 4 dwarves and toppled 2 workshops? Hot damn, someone's pissed. Is he haggard or overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living? Like, is he, when you examine his mind, is he purple or red? Because if he's purple, that means he could go into a fell mood if he hasn't done a strange mood yet. Overthrown? You could get a fell mood. Those are fun. Wait, it's red? Oh, it's red? Okay, gotcha. There's quite a few people streaming DF today. It's nice to see. He's red, but he's haggard. Okay, yeah, that's fine. If it's purple, overthrown is where they can go into the foulest of moods. This is me dealing with the skeletons of all of the livestock we just butchered. And I've made like 800 crafts out of all the bones. We'll get rid of those this year. As you built a cell? Make that cell as nice as possible. If the cells are as nice as possible, hopefully his mood will improve by the time he's done in prison. Because, like, in this fortress, when dwarves go to prison, generally, unless they have some pretty specific traits, they almost always improve mentally by the time they're done in prison. So when they are let out, they are in a better space. In DF it does, yeah. If you make the prison cells super nice, give them a bed, give them you can, if you want to be super fancy, you can give them access to alcohol. I don't really bother though. Give them a cabinet, an instrument, a statue or two, some armor stands, decent amount of space, put some engravings on the walls, put some metal bars on the walls. They'll be very happy, and they'll just sit there like oogling the pretty statue and then come out the other end in a much better headspace than they were when they went in. We're in late spring of 67. We're trying to get to 169 today, so because today is day 69, which means probably just doing DF today. Yeah, I can give you the website that I'm using. It's actually a sound generator. So the site that I'm using is called My Noise. And it's all fair use. So everything on there can be used in anything. And the guy who makes it and runs it does it for a living. But more or less just states, hey, if you're going to use this, give me $5 a year. So I'm giving him $5 a year. You've probably seen the same noise generator videos on YouTube. He uploads like 3 or 4 10-hour long ones a week. And they get millions of views. But I'm just using the noise generator. So I've got like the music, which I've licensed, and then the noise generator. Yeah. And then eventually, well, the faster you guys fund it, the faster this will happen. I'm building in modular or in ambient sounds like that. Yeah, no, definitely. Like that's a great website for that shit. Just give them a couple bucks, eh? But as my small collection of synthesizers grows, my end goal is to be able to generate very slow ambient music. I know what modules I need, or what modules I want to be able to do what I want to be able to do. That's a fucky sentence. I know what modules I need for a modular synthesizer setup to be able to create the sounds I want to make. And then it's just kind of a matter of doing it. I'm doing pretty good today, Sim. How are you? What do I owe this pleasure of the wondrous Simcopter being in my chat? What do I need to do to convince you to try playing this? I feel like you would enjoy just reading Legends. The stories this game generates is wonderful. It's like playing D&D, but without needing other people. Pesky other people. If you guys don't know Sim, you should go watch Sim. He's got a check mark, which means you should check him out. Casey wants to look at them. If you're going to have gems in there, don't put them on the floor. Put them on a pedestal. They won't notice them if they're on the floor, like if they're just sitting in a stockpile on the floor. But if you put them on a pedestal, they'll notice them. Artifacts are great on pedestals too for prisons or like high quality items. Because then they'll say, oh, I'm next to a tastefully arranged gem. Instead of just not noticing the gem. I would love to see a DF tabletop RPG. That would be really interesting. Not even in a stockpile. Yeah, they won't notice it. It might as well not be there. You have to like construct them. They're just there from when you made the room. I mean, You could improve the arrangement of those gems in the room then. How's that? But, you know, run your fortress the way you'd like to run your fortress. And if it's with an iron fist and a suicide room for those who get annoyed, then do it. Have fun. You make pedestals. Pedestals. You can make wood ones, metal ones, stone ones. I think you can make them at mason shops. And then to build them, you hit B and F, and it's display furniture, and then you place the pedestal, and then you can put whatever item you want on them. Literally any item that's in your fortress, you could just put on the pedestal. And if it's a high-quality item, then they will look at it and be like, oh, look at that tastefully arranged magnetite block. I don't know. That tastefully arranged log. Be a weird dwarf to say something like that, but yeah, you could do that. Need to make more nice blocks and more diorite blocks, I think. Because I'm running out of both of those things. That was the wrong thing. Pedestal on a pedestal? I've never tried, but you could probably stack pedestals on pedestals, yes. I've never tried it, but it wouldn't surprise me if you could. You could probably topple a pedestal with a pedestal, too. Nice blocks, there we go. You have a jeweler, but no idea how to cut them? Make a gem stockpile. Make a jeweler's workshop, which is B, W, and J for jewelers. Build that, and then tell them to cut gems and the type of gem. See, all these kids on the internet, they press F to pay respects. We press F to build a cabinet. Much less exciting. Where did my nice blocks go? There they are. Don't have enough. Dang it. Very low on nice. Means I gotta go mine some more nice. This is where I'd put my mastercraft. Yes. Ow. And then at the end there, we'll put a bit of this. Yeah, that's kind of how DF works. Make 500 of a thing until the dwarves are real good at making the thing, and then make 500 more good versions of the thing, use those ones, and throw the rest out, or sell them to the elves or the humans who don't know any better. Who are just like, oh, your craft ship is legendary. Yes, it is. Now take this trash that we made before we got legendary. Is burning down your cavern lair. Sounds like a real good way to get instant deforestation. Take a peek at your stream. It's a nice looking fort you got. I like it. You got a Fey mood. Good stuff. Fey moods are a good time. I don't know. Is it what's worse? Burning down the cavern lair or burning down your fortress? One is disposable and grows back. The other is your fortress. And becomes a legendary weaponsmith? Clap. It's good shit. I love it when you have legendary weaponsmiths that are also a baby, and it's like, you're a legendary weaponsmith, but you can't do any actual labor until you grow up. So grow up faster, child. What is this floor made out of? It's nice. Well, I'm out of nice blocks. We get to wait for a little bit. Enjoy your tin mace. Hey, man. If it takes a tin mace, I'll take a tin mace in exchange for legendary weapons later. Totally a fair price to pay. Can put that shitty mace on a pedestal and say thank you, and then just queue them up and make swords all day. Or spears. Or battle axes. Or very high quality bolts. Whatever we need. The human caravan has arrived once again. It's just strangling birds. What, elk birds or cave swallows? Trying to think, like, what is big enough to get strangled by a forgotten beast? Elk birds? Gotcha. Elk birds are a neat description. Yeah. One of my favorites. We need nice. We don't have enough nice, chat. This is a big problem. It's the nice day, and we don't have enough nice. But fortunately for us, there's lots of nice. So let's go mine some nice. Lodged in their body? Yep. I mean, wouldn't you be? Not only did the idiot who shot that bolt miss anything vital enough to actually kill them, but they made it away with it and got away with it. That's horrifying. Absolutely fucking tragic. No dwarf should have to go through that kind of stress. "32 different cults in your fortress worshiping the same god? Are they all demanding temples? Or are they all like 32 different cults that are all just like one worshiper?" That's kind of funny. What god is it? Must be a hell of a god. If it's inspired that many religions. So I just got an email from my landlord. Just stating that, just stating that somebody, like, took all of their furniture and left it in the hallways of my building. Which was also the people from above me who had the loud-ass dog that was screaming all day. Cool. So instead of legit moving out, they just left all of their shit in the hallways. That's kind of funny. And an artifact axe run away with in the ass of a bronze colossus? What? I'm more just amazed that bronze colossuses can leave the map. I didn't know that. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? Wood. You have no ranged dwarves? Time to make some. I mean, copper crossbows aren't that great. Are they a weaponsmith now? I would assume they would be. Also, hello, Cluties. It's unfortunate, but I'm just happy that they're not my neighbors anymore. Frankly. I am ecstatic that they're not my neighbors anymore. Because their dog was loud as hell and disturbing to listen to during the day. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. It was very much a large dog in very much a small apartment. Can't imagine having communication. I don't know if they got evicted. I didn't know them personally, but I did submit a 3 separate noise complaints on 3 separate occasions due to the dog screaming and thrashing around and knocking shit over upstairs. I know that they were renters. Different landlord than my landlord, so different owners. But they were renters. Yeah, I mean, like, I used to live with somebody else in this apartment, right? And she owned 2 cats. And I kind of miss the cats. But frankly, having 2 cats in a 425 square foot apartment is borderline abusive to the poor fucking cats. And I genuinely believe that. Like, cats, small dogs, none of that shit. Well, a pug, okay. A pug could be quite happy in a small apartment. Maybe a wiener dog. Or a small, like, bulldog or something. I don't know, what is that? And fucking Google it! You twat. You shitter. Love you too, Freskins. Say the size. 425 square feet. I know what it is in meters, but I'm not going to tell you. You get to look it up. 425 square feet is my apartment. That's a lot of black bronze. Badass, guys. Generally, yeah. It's a one-room apartment. Quite literally. I mean, like, the joke that I have with my parents is that my apartment could fit in their kitchen, which is true. But yeah, the joke that I had with my parents for a while is that I could fit my whole apartment in their kitchen. Yeah, it's basically 40 meters squared. Dwarf in prison is sad about their family finding out she's in prison or something. And none of them whom are in the fort. I mean, word spreads quickly. And then just murdered it with his bare hands. Cyclopses are pretty weak. Ooh, Dark Skynet's down. Really? You got into an argument once. Yeah, we'll do it. You'll be okay, though. How old are you? You're 2 years old? This dwarf will probably be okay. It's a lot of blissful and satisfied and happy. You're remembering positive things. You'll be okay. It's hard being a kid sometimes. Well, I mean, their kitchen runs into their living room, so it's kind of like just one really big room. But yeah, it's a pretty large kitchen. It's one of those like kind of open kitchens that just runs right into the living room. So. Let's keep an eye on what this kid does and where your main issues are. But yeah, I live in a very small space because it's what I can afford to have. I mean, if I were to, like, I could pretty easily probably get myself something that was 10 to 15 square meters bigger. But then instead of having affordable rent that I can pay without much issue, I've only had issues paying rent once. And that was January 2020, because January 2020 was a really shitty month for me financially. But like outside of that 1 month, I haven't ever had problems paying rent living alone. If I were to get, like, let's just say a 1-bedroom apartment instead of just a 1-room apartment, all of a sudden I would probably have to have monthly tip goals to pay rent. And that's not exactly sustainable. Unless, like, 3 people all want to, like, step up and fund my Patreon for $1,500 a month, I don't see myself getting a bigger apartment anytime soon. Unless I end up with roommates or something. But then I'd need a big enough space so that I don't drive my roommate insane. Because you guys know about my music hobbies. So, and, like, the 1 meter tall, the 2 1 meter tall speakers I have right behind my desk. I don't know if I'd want to live with me unless they happen to have exactly the same taste in music as me. I wouldn't want to live with me. So, like, there's a few people that I'd jump to being roommates with that I'm good friends with, but none of them are in living situations where that would happen. This child keeps getting into an argument. And dwelling on getting into arguments. How can society function without loyalty? We must be able to have faith in each other, says a 2-year-old. No. I do not have a separate bedroom. Fuck that shit, Bailey's. Fuck that shit. 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 I never want to live with another streamer. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. There's so many ways that that could go bad. Like, I love the industry that I work in. I love what I get to do for a living. But that blends communities in a way that the second you no longer live together as roommates, and somebody's career's done. Straight up. It always happens that way. It's fucking stupid. Because then the audience is like, comes up with reasons as to why they no longer live together, and they take sides, and no, fuck that shit. It's a goddamn nightmare. About living in a separate bedroom? I mean, Hammered Dwarf. Also, it's good to see you. What's up, man? I like your streams. If I were to be able to afford a separate bedroom, that would be lovely. It would probably help my mental health a lot, honestly. Because then I could actually have like a room for my music stuff and relaxing, and a room for my streaming stuff. And imagine all of like the open surfaces I would have for more houseplants. But no, aside from that, it's like, it's very much my couch is there. I sit on my couch and watch movies on my phone. Or I'll rotate this monitor to watch movies. Like, that's my couch. So it's like, I have my synthesizers right there on the floor, and I fiddle with that most evenings. Play around with that and record stuff up. I got a bookshelf. I don't even have a table. The only table I have is this tiny little coffee table, which I will put my mug on when I'm having coffee in the morning. And I have this desk. I mean, actually, here. I'll take a photo of the corner of my apartment, and I'll post it on Discord for you guys. Because it's literally half of an IKEA couch. There, it's going up on Discord. Apartment tour? I've done apartment tours. Not in a while, but... no, you can't actually see my bed from where I'm sitting because there's a wall there. So that wall right next to me, my bed's on the other side of that. The wall goes basically up to my kitchen, and I'd have to walk around the wall. It's in like a nook area. They're not white walls. They're beige. Yes. There is a few 3-hour sessions, super kooky. Yes, very nice. Tomorrow will be 70. I'm trying to get to year 169 today. We're on 167. I don't know if I'll have time. No, you're not dumb. You're night try. Might have to expel a bunch of dwarves. If it has to happen, it has to happen. Depressed one. I'm actually kind of worried about this dwarf. The humans are performing dance. The fuchsia velvet. The humans are playing fucking dwarven music and singing dwarven songs. That's cool. I've seen the dwarves playing human music and singing human songs. I've limited the population, yeah. And yes, I do know most of them. I also know most of their parents and their grandparents. that's cool. But yeah, no, kids attend meetings if they're depressed. All dwarves attend meetings. Attending a meeting means they want to go yell at somebody in charge, which is the equivalent of dwarven therapy. Just had to expel your best engraver. Has to be done. Undresco. Has to be done. Yeah, no, I mean, the humans are fully integrated into our culture. In your bedroom, you have 2 computer desks and computers, a bed, a coach table, a TV, and 5 consoles. You probably have more space in your bedroom than I have stuff. You have more stuff in your bedroom than I own, probably. I don't own a lot of things. Most of my evenings are spent being lightly baked and playing around with my synthesizer or going for walks and trying to get out of my apartment. My life is actually extremely fucking boring. That's the part about streaming that I think a lot of people don't realize. It's a very boring daytime life. Satisfied when yelling at somebody in charge. Dejected when caught in the rain, which is fine. It's the angry dwelling upon getting into argument. We need you to dwell on something else. Dwell on something else, child. And I can't help you until you grow up. Literally can't help this child for 10 years, so it's up to them to just fix themselves. I mean, in theory, I could, like, lock him in a room, but I don't really want to do that. Humans are leaving. There's also a lot of nice on this layer. And a lot of nice right there. Why are those forbidden? You know what? Let's just make rock block 1000. You wish your life was more boring? We always want what we don't know, what seems exciting, not necessarily what we don't have. There's plenty of things I can't have that I have no desire to own. I have no desire to own a car. Also can't have a car. We want things that are new and exciting or different. We crave experiences. I wouldn't trade this job for anything, but it's the hardest job I've ever had. Can undead even get bored? Undead don't feel anything. I watched some dude play DF. Please don't ruin your relationships because you have nothing to talk about with your girlfriend because you're too busy watching my stream. Go outside. Go for a walk, man. Like, seriously, for your sake, your relationship with your girlfriend is much more important than catching every one of my streams. Although I do appreciate the fact you watch my streams, so thank you. I haven't actually cleaned up a siege after the most recent system. But I have cleaned up after small skirmishes, and I have yet to see a dwarf tantrum in the new version. This is actually the old version, not the new version. I have yet to have any tantrum or negative flashing down moods, period, in the new version. I really need to do a long fort in the new version, which I haven't done yet. I've just done the one-off day forts, which are like 2 to 4 years long. Let's talk about Longdeath. It's too close to real life, man. I think that's probably a real good way to get dumped. Unless your significant other also watches the stream. Oh, none taken, dude. So would I. So would I. trying to get back to walking, really let yourself go in 2020? It's the weather's just been too fucking cold for walking, so I'm limited to what I can do on my yoga mat for exercise right now. But yeah, no, if I lived in a bigger place, I probably wouldn't be able to do this full time. If I owned a car, I probably wouldn't be able to do this full time. If I was less frugal, I probably wouldn't be able to do this full time. And if I didn't have people who supported me on Patreon and all of the people who subscribed to the channel and all those of you who've been watching me over the years, I definitely wouldn't be able to do this full time. So the fact that I'm able to stream games as niche as Dwarf Fortress, make a living, and do it in a pretty consistent manner is incredible. So, thank you. Indoor pull-up bar? I don't have any door frames that I would trust with an indoor pull-up bar. But then again, I also broke a door frame once upon a time way back when with an indoor pull-up bar, so kind of never again. Oh, that's kind of awesome, Banana. I mean, then you could just, like, make one specially for that frame. That's what I would try to do there. And night try. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. The dwarfs and the beer emotes. And the lasers and shit. Cheers. Thank you much. My building has a very well-equipped gym. A very well-equipped gym that hasn't been open or available for public use since the pandemic started. And I can't wait until I can start going back there and do pull-ups and using the pulley weight system and the full weight set that they have in there. Till then, I make use with my resistance bands, which have been pretty effective for what I need. Just enough to keep my shoulders intact, basically. It's Villains Part 2. So the other half of Villains, which they didn't finish before the graphical version. So graphical version is going to get finished. Steam version is going to come out. Villains Part 2. And then the long wait and magic and map rebuild. Which will be 2 or 3 years or something, probably. So next month maybe back to CGP Grey. Do what you gotta do, man. Don't apologize. You subbed once. That's all that matters. I respect the budgeting. In Japan right now, the French soundtrack of Golden Rag is a position here. That's kind of amusing. Be like. I don't want to imagine because my imagination will probably be wrong. So I will just wait until it's out before I bother imagining. I'm not the greatest speculator. How's that? When it comes to that stuff. You'll spend all of your money on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch makes that very, very easy, and it's very unfortunate. Twitch makes that very, very easy. You say one thing per month. I know somebody who cut his cable and then spent half of the money he used to spend on cable on Twitch. So the result was he had like a $250 a month budget for Twitch because cable is fucking expensive. So dude would gift subs like crazy and hang out in a lot of channels and sub to dozens of people, and it's always like, man, it really puts into perspective how fucking expensive cable is. I have a select few channels that I've been subscribed to for a very long time that I will never drop. And then I have a rotating list of people that I rotate an extra sub through. And that's it. Was always maximum $40 before taxes. If you get like the everything package, you can be easily paying $400 to $500 a month for cable. Easily. And like 10 in case of something? Yeah. I also give a couple people money on Patreon, but gotta fund that Bay 12 games, you know? I mean, why would you pay for cable, B-Lug? Just period. Why? I pay for Twitch and F1 TV. That's it. I don't need anything else. Oh, also Netflix. Pay for a service to feed you 50% ads? Yeah. I mean, I get all my TV needs out of Netflix, basically. And then Amazon Prime video stuff. I don't know. Why can't internet be a free utility? Just plug it into the plumbing. Yeah, just run those cables down those pipes. It'll be fine. I don't know. Do I look like I run Twitch's policy changes? Why would I know that? I did just say F1 TV. As in Formula 1. The thing with the bratty, like, European boys that go fast in speedy cars. The thing that makes me say, fuck you, Mercedes. What? Sorry, that just had something caught in my throat. But yeah, there's a room in my Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms, and whenever there's a race in F1, it lights up with like 4 or 5 of us just like talking about the race in real time while we're watching it. Because the cost of money and things to install? Man, fuck money. Why don't we just get rid of money and we'll all just work for favors? But yes, no, it makes sense, Cluties. But it's also fucking stupid. We should get better at this stuff. Finland has internet as a right. Why don't we have internet as a right? I want what they have. That seems pretty good. Your region blocks the races in real time? Oh, that sucks. What region are you in? Please understand that I was being sarcastic. Don't take that one too seriously. Ireland? Oh, are you guys in the Sky News nightmare? Or Sky TV nightmare area? It's included in rent. I mean, you can get internet included with rent. It's not good, but you could do that here. I had the option to have included internet with my first apartment, and I looked at their plan and I was like, nah, I'm good. Keep the 20 bucks. I will definitely just, like, not. That sounds like fun, Liam. Ooh, gold bars? Electrum bars? The annual tributes from Nulan Abo and Basti Pime have arrived. Sorry, Stone. But it's paperwork season. Human towing a horsey. Does Germany have worse internet than Australia? What? I've literally never heard anybody complain about Germany's internet before. What? Let me know when you want me to scroll. Yeah, hopefully. It would suck if you weren't able to watch those races live, especially if you're paying for the service to be able to watch them live. Wait, do they let you pay for that service in a region where you can't actually access it? Because that's a little fucked up. I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm not a lawyer, but it's fucked up. Banana. I mean, I would too. Well, it's like I can watch F1 TV on my phone. I can watch F1 TV on my computer. I can watch it on an Amazon device, and I can watch it on a Google Chromecast device. It's not available on Roku in Canada for some reason. And there's no way to sideload it. It's like, what? It's literally available everywhere else except for Roku. They bring you dirt, yes. I mean, silty clay is useful. My mom brought me a bag of dirt the other day, or a couple weeks ago, and it was very nice of her. It was for my potted plants. €70 a month for a 100K internet line. Do you want to know how much I pay for internet? So I get about 900 down and about 600 up. And I pay almost $200 Canadian a month for that. Almost 200 a month. 900 down, yep. 600 up. It's the only way to make it stable because it's not a fiber line. It's a cable line. So the speeds fluctuate. Peak hours, it's like 600 down, but on average it's 900 down. It's supposed to be 1500 down, 1K up, but generally it's about 5 to 900 down and about 3 to 600 up. I'm 50 up, hammered. Yeah, my old internet was about $110 a month, and I had 70 down and 25 up. Eventually, I just kind of said, fuck it. I much prefer that ISP over the one that I'm with now because their service is so much more stable and doesn't fluctuate in its fiber lines, but fucking hell, it was slow. And it got so slow, it just became unusable. And eventually, I was just like, you know what, fuck it. Bye, guys. Until you guys get your gigabit fiber lines hooked up, I ain't coming back. I used them for like 10 years or so. And the rest is copper cable. See, that's the problem I had with that one. Yeah. That's the problem I had with the other ISP. That sucks, dude. Yeah, but like you're also paying way less than me. So 110 and 12 is perfectly usable. And like unless you're like uploading 15 gigabyte video files and downloading 15 to 20 gigabyte video files on a frequent basis like I do, what's the issue with 100 down 12 up? Like that's perfectly usable, and $40 is a very reasonable price for that. Yeah, I mean, like it's more than enough for streaming. Like what I have is overkill, and the reason I have overkill is because this is my livelihood. If this wasn't my livelihood, I wouldn't bother having this much. Dwarves are here to trade, which means it's time to bring crafts. It's gonna take a little bit. Meanwhile, Freskins is just bragging. Just because you live in an internet utopia doesn't mean the rest of us do, my dude. Ficod says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Steel bars, brass bars, rose gold bars, black bronze bars, bismuth bronze bars, electrum bars. I wish I spoke Finnish. Cheers, Jamie. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Hey, Fire. I noticed that you reviewed Jupiter Hell. Cheers. Glad you're enjoying it. Depends on the streamer, Liam. Mods are people too. I mean, Freskins, you are very well aware that that is a very unique, internet situation compared to the majority of the rest of the world, right? And like, you know, we're all complaining about hardships and you're just sitting there like just cackling in the corner. Not everybody has that kind of option. I mean, if you want to talk about thievery, I'll tell you how much I pay for my phone bill, but that you don't want to know. Bailey said they were in Germany, Orange, so I'm assuming not Comcast. How easy is it to get silver, barb, or sunberry from traders in tribute? Very hard. That's all I have to say. That is very hard. Oh, really? Really? Got stuff. Good stuff. I mean, have fun, Fire. The funniest thing for me forever, Bailey's, in Twitch chat is when everybody assumes that issues are North American issues and are the only North American issues. You don't really see European people being like, you in Germany? Everybody assumes that everybody's in America, and everybody assumes that everybody complaining about internet is complaining about Comcast by default. And it's very funny to me. It's like as if they're the only bad internet company in the world. It's just like the vast majority of the assumptions assume American and assume Comcast. It's like when I complain about my internet, people assume I'm American and I'm complaining about Comcast. I'm like, what? We don't even have that here. You're complaining about Comcast? Fair enough. I just think it's really funny how often that assumption gets made. Even when person specifically states they're from Germany. And then it's just like, Comcast? Chat isn't letting you reply to him. Oh, no. I mean, if it was Comcast in the States, we still wouldn't be able to help him. You know, there's no helping shitty internet. Shitty internet's just shitty internet. Yeah, because I'm not from fucking Toronto, which is the Canadian stereotype accent. You want to, actually, you guys want to see hilariously stereotypical Canadian accents? It's a terrible TV show, but if you have Netflix, watch Rust Valley Restorers. Find that show and watch it. Those are Canadians with a Canadian-ass Canadian accent. I don't even know what's going. Those guys, they sound fucking Canadian to me. I'm using the very unpopular one right now, but they just brute force beat everybody else out with speeds, so. Is their service better than anybody else? No. Is their customer service better than anybody else's? No. Do they just have better speed than everybody else because they just have more cables? Yes. It's like their service is unstable and annoying and faulty and fails constantly, but because there's just so much of it, it doesn't matter. It's kind of a weird position to be in. Oh, you got hit by a werepanda? That's kind of rare. I mean, the biggest freakout I ever had in Dwarf Fortress was when I found a werewolf. Is on par with Australia's slowest ISP. Really? That's fascinating. Yes, I saw an actual werewolf once. I freaked out. I swear, those things are rarer than dragons. Because I've seen 3 dragons in my time playing Dwarf Fortress. I've seen 1 werewolf. I can't speak to Saskatoon's internet. But then again, they're flat, so it's not hard to run cable. Just put it on the ground, it won't go anywhere. We have all sorts of hills and forests to deal with. Saskatoon, you just put them down in the middle of the road, it's fine. Very, very, very lucky odds. Banana. You had 2 dwarves killed by a pack of wolverines. I was wanted to read that as werewolves, and I was like, They travel in packs. Were iguanas? Yeah. I've seen quite a few were iguanas. I feel like those are pretty common. Common. What? But yeah, no, the reason I don't sound as Canadian as most Canadians is because of where I'm from. I'm from, like, Vancouver, Canada, which sounds almost exactly the same as accent and speech pattern wise as most of the Seattle area and most of the Portland area. So most of Oregon and most of the greater Seattle area, we all just sound the same. So, like, once you get a little further south and get, like, into California, at that point, yeah, okay, the accents start showing, but it's very much people just assume I'm American because I don't have the stereotypical Canadian accent, whereas the stereotypical Canadian accent doesn't really start until you're in the interior of BC or, like, on the other side of the Rocky Mountains. So it's like people will always assume that I'm, you know, American. And to every one of you who assume that I'm American, fuck you. Canada better. Damn it. I always compare it to, like, telling someone from Australia that they sound like or telling somebody from New Zealand that they sound like they're from Australia. Or assuming that somebody from New Zealand is from Australia because they think that they sound Australian. Then what? Okay, if Canada's a hat, then what the fuck is Alaska? That's the part that I never understood about that. It's like it's more accurately like Canada's we're a burger. A tumor. We're a burger and they just ate half the bun. So wait, did they cut a hole in the hat for the tumor? Or are they the feather in the cap? It's a hair bun. Are you telling me that fucking America is a problem dude with a man bun? Is that what you're telling me? I don't know if I like this. I would never. Oh boy. I hate these depictions. I really, really do. Especially because it makes even less sense if you are from Australia and look at the map upside down from where we look at it. Also, I don't like being described as a hat, so I find all of this offensive. I am very offended and hate you all because of it. Some things I just can't stay with a straight face. Would be a wizard hat? That's much better. I like Australia being a bunch of wizards because they have psychedelic toads that are legal. And, our weed's better. We're a fucking toque. I mean, if we're a toque and, Alaska's the pom-pom, I'm all in on that. Now, I know for fact that isn't true. Not because it's not a funny joke, Freskins, but because Google wouldn't put in the development time to make two separate UXs for their very, very finely tuned Maps browser. They wouldn't put in the time to do that. But yes, Canada has better weed than Mexico. So, fuck 'em. Yeah, no, Google would totally do that as like a one-off joke, but would they support two separate UIs? I doubt it. Looking at phone in picture mode and then turning it upside down? Yeah, that's basically what that is. There we go. Plenty of nice blocks now. That's a capital F, not a lowercase f. Why am I, like, hitting all of the wrong buttons? My fingers are being very inaccurate. I dislike. What am I doing? I need diorite. I can't wait for a search bar here. I can't wait for a fucking search bar. I guess I could just use Gabbro because I look identical. I've never worked in an A&W, and I haven't been in an A&W for like 4 years, so why would I know that, Liam? It's a fast food chain in Canada. I must be out of diorite. Whoops. What just happened? That was a very weird freak out that screen just did. They're like everywhere in Canada though. They're like almost as common, if not as common as Tim Hortons here. In my opinion, it's one of the only fast food places I don't mind going to. I don't like root beer, like, at all. Unless it's, like, cane sugar, and it's not, their stuff's not made with cane sugar, so. But then again, I don't like soda unless it's made with cane sugar. Fruit syrup, corn syrup just smells like, blech. I don't like it. Maybe you should make your prisoner a new crutch. They should be able to crawl without too much trouble. Generally, dwarves can just crawl if they have no crutch, unless they, like, have no arm movement as well. Someone should go help them, though. Make sure you've reactivated your hospital, Nitra. Yeah, I don't like fast food, and I kind of pride myself on not being in a fast food place more than once since I quit. And the one time I went into a McDonald's since quitting that job was to collect my tax return. There was one time when I went to an A&W with Hobo because he'd never had an A&W and wanted to try it. So we went into an A&W, but I just had fries. I just don't go to fast food places at all. I hate that entire industry, and I hope it collapses and burns. But it won't. I wish it would, though. Although, I would almost argue that when it comes to humanity's obesity problems, I would argue that Starbucks is probably contributing more to that than people give it credit for. Their hot milk shakes are not exactly good for you. Due to purchase of the Canadian bit? Fair. That's not uncommon at all. That's not uncommon at all. I mean, American and Canadian McDonald's are totally different. They're like not even the same company. Also, I should go get lunch soon. It's 2:30. Is there poutine there? Why wouldn't you have poutine? It's just cheese and gravy. Most places have gravy. Most places have cheese. Just put cheese and gravy on your fries. Why wouldn't you? It'd be stupid not to. It's easy as fuck to make. Why don't you have poutine? Weirdo. Stupid Americans. I mean, it's fine. I don't get the hype for it. What I really don't understand is why Americans haven't, like, adopted it as they love fatty, horrible, god-awful garbage food, and that's what poutine is fatty, horrible, god-awful garbage food. It's like, just fucking make poutine. What's wrong with you? People make it out to be like this amazing thing, and it's like, I mean, it's kind of novel. It's fine. Cheese, curds. Yes. Do you need me to be stupidly specific, Wang Hope? Sheesh. You can just buy cheese curds at the grocery store. It depends on the quality of the cheese curds. It depends on the quality of the gravy, and it depends on the quality of the fries. But you could argue that it's worse than garbage, yeah. Then why are you guys all so fucking rabid for it? Pilot guy, just make it. In an American supermarket. Have you ever gone to a butcher? Because, like, any butcher here will just have cheese curds. Alrighty, audio. See you later. Shoved 5 potatoes in the air fryer. I like fries. I don't know. I'm not super... I prefer a really well-seasoned fry or potato wedge over... or cubed potatoes baked really well over poutine. Poutine is fine. It's just like... everywhere here has poutine. That's unfortunate. But still doesn't really have anything to do with you getting your hand on poutine. They're pretty common here, but I think that's because of the Asian population here. They're all, like, Chinese run, but they all have, like, you want to go buy half a cow, you can just go buy half a cow. There's tons of meats places around here. There we go. They're just super fucking common. Which is kind of a pity, because I don't eat much meat these days, but... yeah, can confirm it's shit poutine. I mean, if McDonald's sells something, you can just skip stating that it's poutine and you can just say it's shit because McDonald's sells it and nothing McDonald's sells is of even remote quality, especially anything involving their fries because their fries are literally fucking coated in powder sugar. The reason they taste so good and the reason you like them so much is because they are literally coated in sugar. You're literally eating sugar cookies made of potato. Don't eat McDonald's. Don't eat fast food. Take care of your body. Fuck. Quarter cow every month? I find that almost disturbing. But good for you, I guess, Bailey's. Are you asking if I'm doing a carnivore diet? I've never done a carnivore diet. I've always been pretty, like... I need to sneeze. I've always been pretty restrained in the amount of meat that I eat, but this year especially. For 12 people? That still sounds excessive, even for 12 people. I need to sneeze? I mean, when I'm going to sneeze, I'm going to sneeze. There's no stopping it. It's bad for you to hold sneezes in. Go read articles about people blowing up their throat trying to hold sneezes in. You need to sneeze. Sneeze. No, that was monthly.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It was monthly. I don't know. That seems like a lot of people, but that also seems like a lot of meat. I don't know. As somebody like... So I've been cutting meat out of my diet for two major reasons. The first is health issues, like eating less animal and less animal fat specifically makes managing my blood sugar a lot easier. Black beans are a lot more predictable source of protein, for example, or chickpeas, than meat, and I can predict the effect it's going to have on my body easier. But also, before that even, I was trying to wean myself off meat specifically because of the environmental impact that raising cattle has on the planet. So, when I read it's like, yeah, I eat that much beef every year, and I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I'll have even less meat this week because, like, shit. We're all gonna fucking die if people keep eating like that, is how I read that. Like, I make soups too, but I make soup broth out of onion and carrot scraps. And blow out your friend's speakers? I mean, that's why I mute myself. Pale tuna. If you want to play Dungeons and Dragons, you definitely need a Dungeon Master. If you want to play Dwarf Fortress, you don't really need a Dungeon Master. If you're talking about the job, you don't really need that, no. And their time is up? Are they flashing? Did they have an exclamation point flashing on them? Because they might have completely lost it while they were in prison if they really hated their time in prison. Like, did they have a purple exclamation point? I think it's like a purplish color. Purple-gray. If so, that means they've completely lost it, which means congratulations, you have a vegetable. You could unbuild the chain and they will go starve to death, or you can leave them in prison and the dwarves will keep them fed and watered, but they will never be able to function as a dwarf ever again. They've gone completely insane. It's very sad. Happens sometimes. If you don't have nice enough prisons. Dwarf is dead. So they won't let it out of prison because the dwarf is nuts. You can, but they won't leave. They'll just run around until they starve to death. Well, then just unbuild the chain and build a new chain. Or just lock the door until they starve to death. That's also an option. That's usually what I do. Just lock the door until they starve to death. I had a dwarf in this fortress live for like 50 years before dying of old age. Like that, in this fort. It's technically a bug, but it's kind of an interesting bug. I know exactly what causes it and how to replicate it too. It's not a hunger strike, because they'll still eat. Because he wired it wrong? I feel really bad for your friend. For being an idiot. Ruining a perfectly good subwoofer. You didn't know that a baby chinchilla was called a kit? Yep, they're kits. I think that's pretty common amongst rodents. Baby rodents are generally referred to as kits. Are they pups? I think they also. I'm pretty sure that pups also goes for chinchillas. Or no, not chinchillas. What am I blanking on? Not chinchillas, not rabbits, but they're kind of like the combination of the two. Fuck, what are those things called? Cavies. Guinea pigs. I need to go get food because I can't brain properly. I'm going to go do my lunch. It's going to take me a couple of minutes. I have to go open up a can of potato stew, and eat that. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. No rabbits or bunnies. What? Unless you literally looked that up. That's weird if baby rabbits are called kittens. All right, chat. I will be back in a couple of minutes while my dwarves get rained on. You guys can watch this dwarf go be a dwarf. And winter's upon us, so nothing too exciting should happen. If you guys are hanging out and chilling, thank you very much to everybody who is supporting me so that I can do this full time. And cheers to everyone for spending time in this channel. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go get my lunch, which requires me stabbing myself with needles and picking my fingers with pins. When I'm back, the show will continue. Till then, if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the stream. Night Try, we'll see you when we see you. It's all good. Don't apologize. You gotta go. You gotta go. I will be back hopefully in less than 10 minutes. So, be back in a mo. No!
Cheese for everyone!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Nuclear vessels.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
You fucking donkey!
Bring out your dead!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
You suck!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Cheese for everyone!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
NANI?!
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Bring out your dead!
Stardew Valley board game, eh? Huh. Can't say I saw that one coming. I feel like that's a sign of video game developers that are successful. Video game developers that have a lot of money and are very successful go on to make board games out of their video game franchises and then make dumb amounts of money in a very short period of time. All right, food's done. It's a bit of a long one, I feel like. Also, damn, Pilot Guy, you got a lot of tickets. Are you like bribing the bot in the background? Like, what are we doing? Just like I wished when I went in on Bitcoin. You know, I remember having this discussion with a friend of mine in like 2013 when Bitcoin was worth like $800. Like a Bitcoin was like $800. And I remember having this discussion with a friend of mine where I was like, we should both just buy Bitcoin. And then we both like convinced each other not to. Man. What if I just bought like 3 of those? As we were like back and forth talking with each other about how, we could like, definitely make some money doing this. We're like, it's not going to go up anymore. It's definitely not going to be worth what's $60,000 or whatever it was a couple weeks ago. Let me go check. What is Bitcoin at? I actually wonder. This is Canadian money. The current price of Bitcoin is $61,220.61 Canadian. And it's down 11% from 24 hours ago. So it was at $73,000 per Bitcoin. You probably would have sold it at like $200. Yeah, same. I probably would have done the same too. But I don't know. I have a little bit of Bitcoin. I used to have a bit more. My $80 in Bitcoin from 2017 bought me my synthesizer and keyboard for like $1,200, which was nice. Was you were a miner? The only reason I didn't buy Bitcoin at $1 was because my dad said it was dumb. And my parents wouldn't let me. Yeah, I know that guy. I know that guy. You should ask Ateric how much money in Bitcoin he spent. If you ever see Ateric in my chat, ask Ateric how much money he spent in Bitcoin on Domino's Pizza while in university. Like tens of thousands of dollars per pizza. It was like a pizza was like 12 Bitcoin or something. When they were worth less than $1, and he was mining them himself. And being paid in Bitcoin? Yeah. You think you might have bought one and lost the wallet? Yeah, I've heard of a couple stories about people that have like very heavily encrypted hard drives and can't get their stuff. Another one. A forgotten beast. Viface Cathutzli has come, a long, towering, eyeless mockingbird. It has long, swinging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Its violet feathers are fluffed out. Beware its deadly blood. I think it's just going to fly away and vanish would be my assumption. They tend to do that. Forgotten beasts seem to be territorial, and they seem to keep to themselves down there. Bet you lost the key for him? Yep. Wait, a couple $100 in Bitcoin or a couple hundred Bitcoins? You should maybe try and find that key. I'm just going to put that out there. You should try and find that key. He is rich, and he is Bitcoin rich, and he's also rich because of his job. The guy who I know who spent millions of dollars potentially on Bitcoin. $100? Like $100 in value now? Or $100 in value like 2 years ago. When did you lock this thing? In value now. Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify that because I'm like, I mean, if you bought that in like 2014 and it was a few $100s, that's thousands and thousands of dollars now. But yeah, okay, if it was a while ago, then yeah. You have 0.0025 bitcoins you mined in 2009. Okay, fair. I mean, that's not nothing. That's some money, but yeah. I don't know what oven Bill Gates has in his kitchen. I have a regular stove. Do you think I'm rich or something, Leo? Because I assure you I'm not. Enjoy your Unity learning. Fire. Cheers. I don't know what D-band means. Can you explain like I'm 5 what D-band means? But I read that like you lost it, and that sucks. But yeah, no, all of the people that I know that wasted a lot of money in Bitcoin on dumb shit also still have a ton of Bitcoin and are very, 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 very well off. Software that wipes a hard drive upwards of 100 times? Why would you do that to a Bitcoin? What? Why am I putting beds in where I need coffins? I'm supposed to be hitting N, not B. I realize they're right next to each other. Oh, I don't have any coffins. Coffin. Rock coffin. 40. Let's make them out of mudstone. That's like setting money on fire, though, Banana. That seems kind of silly. This Dwarf will be okay. It's better that you're dwelling upon being caught in the rain than dwelling upon being angry. Taurus, screw up. Would you look at that? Paris likes hematite, lead, onyx, crystal glass, amber, and brown recurlose spider silk. Beds and figurines and chickens for their scratching. Drothlas for their lustrous manes. Alright, well, there's not a lot I can do there with you, but I can give you weaving and clothes making. I can give you mechanics as a side gig, hauling. Some other jobs. Give you furnace operating. Tanning gig. Stone detailing gig. And yeah, I think that'll work for you. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like talking about Bitcoin and crypto stuff much because I'm fascinated by it, but I feel like it gives people the wrong impression. Ooh. Forgotten Beast just got eviscerated. Yep. That Mockingbird just got wrecked. added to the pile. Yeah, I feel like it gives people the wrong impression. It's kind of like people have like a certain image in their head of people who are into cryptocurrency, and it's not a positive one generally. And it gives people a bad impression. Oh, they're terrible. But they're kind of fascinating. Blockchain stuff in general. It's not just Bitcoin specifically. It's just blockchain stuff in general. But what's up, Omelet? How are we doing today? Blah. I'm doing all right. Because it's a fairy tale. And everyone doesn't say that. It's a fairy tale that people tell to children. Because children love fantastical fun things like that. Magic and fairies and fantastical creatures that don't really exist. But yeah, no, I don't like talking about crypto much because it paints the wrong picture of the kind of person that I am. And that's kind of a subgroup of people that I don't want to associate with super much. I don't know. It's a weird world, I guess. That's fascinating to peer into occasionally. Most of the cryptocurrency that I did have back in the day, I obtained through Twitch tips. And then Streamlabs stopped taking crypto as a tipping option. I would totally accept them again if there was a way of doing it with notifications. But Streamlabs stopped doing that in, I think, 2019? I want to say. And then there was a small handful of people that chucked a couple bits of bitcoins at me back in the day, which is what eventually turned into that synthesizer, which is fucking cool. An animal has grown to become a chinchilla. But yeah, that's how I'm doing. I'm just all right. Today's been pretty good. Ordered some records this morning. Which I'm now like kind of way too excited for those to arrive, actually. Those are going to be nice. Especially the sounds of Supergiant. which means today I've lost money. I spent more money on records today than I've earned streaming today, but that's okay. You know, Liam, the reason the lurk commands exist is so that you can use it once and then not use it again for the rest of the day. But you use it like every 20 minutes and then talk a bunch in between. So you're not actually lurking. You know that, right? You're very bad at lurking. It really is, yeah. And I saw that up on vinyl for pre-order, and I'm like, you know what? I don't really need to own all of their soundtracks on vinyl, but that one, yeah.
This day today.
Yeah, it's nice outside, isn't it? Thanks for $10.69, Zane. Cheers, man. Have you tried that new Jupiter Hell patch? It's real fucking good. If you haven't, you should. It's really fucking good. Oh, really? You don't play it? God damn it. You should pick it up. The game just got so much bigger than it was before. But good to know. Just means I need to make it look better. Just mining out all of this ore, all of these gems, and all of this nice. You haven't had time to play it with all the backlog? I mean, this is the thing I keep saying, and I feel like I've said this about every patch, but this patch even more so than the last few. Jupiter Hell is probably your best value for money outside of Caves of Cud, like, and Cogmind in the roguelike directory on Steam. Like, it's kind of those three. Like, if you're gonna own 3 roguelikes on Steam, it's Caves of Cud, Cogmind, and Jupiter Hell. Those are the 3 you should own if you're gonna own roguelikes on Steam. And then there's other ones like Golden Crone Hotel, which you should own anyway, just because it's like $2 frequently. And Hack's also pretty fucking good, but like those are just the best, most replayable games on Steam right now when it comes to that subgenre. But yeah, no, if you haven't played it due to backlog, play your backlog first. Don't buy more games due to me. I know how that goes. I've been trying to work through my backlog recently. I mean, heck, I did a late night stream last night of The Room, which is a game I've wanted to play for a very long time that I bought like 4 years ago. And I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. And I just streamed that whole thing last night. It took me 2.5 hours, got through it. It was a pretty enjoyable little playthrough. Currently going through Persona 5s, and when you do, then I will do Strikers once it goes on sale, so you're set for months. Oh yeah, no, you've got like 10 months worth of content easy. Well, the nice thing about Jupiter Hell is it'll be out of early access in August, supposedly. August 5th is their current set release date, so that game will hopefully do really well on release. I'm really hoping that that game just like fucking, maybe doesn't set the world on fire, but certainly gets what it deserves. And if you're playing through Persona, but you should be done with Persona 5 by August, unless you're playing it like an hour a day, in which case you'll be at that for the rest of the year, basically. But I don't know how quickly you play through games, but yeah, that'll be done in August. I was kind of planning on streaming some more Jupiter Hell today, but the reason I didn't is the reason I haven't is because I need to get to year 169, and we're late winter in year 167, so we got a little ways to go before we hit 169 in this world, in this fort. So you go through fairly quick? Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. But yeah, no, they picked up a publisher recently, so they're now published by Hyperstrange, which is a Polish publisher that has been friends of their studio for 20 years, according to Twitter. They will happen like Minecraft if you cut off all supports. So if there are no supports, it'll fall. I feel like most people who play Persona have only played 4 gold and 5, but that comes from somebody who has never played Persona, so. Have any of them aged well? Because I feel like old JRPGs don't tend to age particularly well. Like, even friends of... Like, I'm not a JRPG guy, but I have friends who really heavily are, and I've heard multiple people say many things about a lot of JRPGs not aging particularly well. Even, like, you know, classics like Final Fantasy VII not aging particularly well. I personally have never played any of those games, so. Because I'm not a JRPG guy. I want to say I played a demo of one once, but spring has arrived. I see too many views. Yeah. Actually, be like, you commented on you commented on Discord about the Ultimate ADOM video having too many views. Well, here's the thing, right? That Ultimate ADOM video is doing weirdly well. Like, I am not used to VODs getting that many views. Things getting like 50, 60 views an hour. It's doing as well as some of my early news videos did. It's like... people are watching that video, and it's also the only, like, review or impressions video of it that's about launch on YouTube. It makes me almost feel bad, but kind of not really. I listened to a podcast that talked a lot about Persona games recently. And they basically came to the conclusion that most people's favorite Persona game was their first one. It's raining. It's fine. That happens all the time. It's kind of like the civilization thing, where everybody's favorite civ is their first civ, and the one that they also put the most time into. My favorite civilization game is Civ 2. But very few people who play Civ like Civ 2. Stone, tribute time. Then you can go to bed. Menu gone? Good night, man. I will grab screenshots of the next ones. It looked like snow. We get snow here in the fort every year. And rain every year. Plus the fort's outside, so doors are getting rained on all the time. The vast majority of them are totally fine. Some of them go insane. But yeah, no, full-on structural integrity in Dwarf Fortress was a thing, Dark Skynet, but they removed it because of frame rate problems and entire fort cave-ins. And like whole maps caving in the second you spawn because the, what's it called? Caverns decided to be too wide and stuff like that. So they kind of toned it down a lot. All right, no deaths. Interesting. But it's one of those mechanics that I would love to see make a return. Many people were very happy when it left, but Tarn has said that they will return one day, just like money will one day. One day. We can only hope. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to do the RimWorld thing. But currently it's Minecraft physics, yeah. Fair enough. So wait, you didn't play Persona 5 or you did play Persona 5? Oh no, a stray cow has been found dead. Whatever shall we do? How about a render to celebrate? Oh, at the very end of Longdeath, I will do everything. I'll probably attack hell even, after backing up the save file, of course. I mean, after Longdeath is over, I will probably keep Longdeath going for another 10 years or so, just to fuck around. But we've got a long way to go before the end of Longdeath. Spawn TNT. I can't tell if that's a genuine joke or not. Do you think that there's TNT in Dwarf Fortress? Okay. I was gonna say, that... What? I mean, I give the save out publicly once every 100 years. So when we hit year 200, I will put out another copy of the save, and you're more than welcome to load it up and do whatever you want. Render it in 3D. Fuck around in Armog Vision. Play around in Stone Sense. Do whatever the heck you want. Try and run it yourself. Invade the goblins that I've been refusing to invade for the last 100 years. It's hard to tell what's a joke sometimes, Freskins. Which is very sad. That's not too uncommon, unfortunately. Zane, I'm going to send you a DM. And I don't think that's true, no. There, I sent you a DM, Zane. But yeah, no. FTL is certainly still supported. I only recommend it to anyone who likes Persona to play Shin Megami Tensei. I remember there was a very fateful day in my life when I had the option between purchasing Shin Megami Tensei or Fire Emblem and used at the local EB Games from a Game Boy. And the guy working there, and I was talking with the guy working there, and after some discussion, I decided I would probably like the Fire Emblem game more, which was Fire Emblem and the Sacred Stones. So I went with that. Otherwise, I would have probably ended up playing Shin Megami Tensei and liking Shin Megami Tensei a lot. Instead, I just have like 1,000 hours in Fire Emblem Awakening, which is like legit, because 3DSs keep track of your playtime, right? I don't know what you're talking about, but I got nice blocks everywhere, guys. Come on. The elves are here to trade once again. Ah, yes, the phone Fire Emblem. Not what I would consider to be a true Fire Emblem game, but it's in the franchise, unfortunately. Yeah. No, I liked... I mean... Uh-oh. Game seized up. What the heck was that? I really enjoy the gameplay of Fire Emblem, but the writing in Fire Emblem makes me want to cut my eyes out so I don't have to read it anymore. So it's very much like fast forward, skip, play the game side of it, ignore the actual writing, and the writing just got worse as the franchise went on, so yeah, not super fond of that shit these days. FF Tactics is easily my favorite Final Fantasy game too. I mean, it's just like Fallout Tactics is my favorite Fallout game. Please don't hurt me. You have no idea how much I would kill to get like a Pillars of Eternity Tactics. Or like to get Larian to make a tactics game out of the Divinity series. I would kill for that shit. That would be too goddamn cool if they did that. I'm just going to cut out that so that we have a smooth way through this without them having to go diagonals anywhere. I didn't know they made a Prince of Persia tactics game on the DS. I also never owned a regular DS. Well, that's not totally true. I won a DS Lite in a contest, and I played with it once for 30 minutes. And then my little sister, who she'd pre-ordered, she bought it before it arrived, a copy of Nintendogs and Cats. I think it was and Cats. That or it was just Nintendogs. One of the two. And I never saw the thing again. I didn't actually see it again until I moved out and had a 3DS. At which point, when my little sister was moving out, she was like, hey, do you want this? And it was my old DS Lite. And I was like, I guess. It literally, like, vanished out of my universe. Like, I was never permitted to see it again. It just became my little sister's. You want to know why it became my little sister's? Because, Greg, you have a Game Boy. You don't need a DS. Emmeline has a DS. I won it fair and square in a photo contest. I'll have you know, I took the damn photo. Bah. Did it have a story? Oh, I just skipped all that. Anton Iceland, the child has been possessed. A possession of a child. Send 2 prepared food pots. And the trader over there to trade with them. I don't know how the writers didn't realize they wrote a pro tag like the villain. I mean, sometimes you gotta be the villain to truly have fun. This baby is now vomiting. And making an artifact. Yes, my little sister did swipe my device. This is true. Well, rather, my sister took it with my parents' permission, and then my parents didn't let me have it back. Or bullies brain you with rocks? What? What do you mean by brain you with rocks? But yeah, no, I was never much of a story person in tactics games. Like, I played quite a few tactics games over the years. Various forms of advanced wars, tactics RPGs, you know, Final Fantasy tactics, and a lot of that stuff. But I literally ignored the story in every single one of them. Every single one of them. Because just never interested me. Cthulhu saves the world. You're the bad guy, technically. I'm trying to think of like legit answers to that question, though. There's definitely got to be RPGs where you play the bad guy. Oh, Torment. You're the bad guys in Torment, right? That's not a JRPG though. It's a different kind of RPG, but iron bars. Ooh. Also gonna need to do a round of clothing this year. That sounds like a lie. Pretty sus, Banana. Your brother has a terminal illness in real life. I don't have a brother, but if he has a terminal illness, that's awful. Good thing Canada has free healthcare. Planescape Torment and Torment. Aren't you the bad guy in both of those? Like this Torment. Aren't you the bad guy in this game? I've never played this one. But for some reason I thought that you were the bad guys in this. The thematic successor. Aren't you the bad guys in this? Maybe I'm crazy. Another one? It's like the third one today. Forgotten Beast Umil has come, a great feathered crocodile. It has a round shell and it is slavering. Its orange feathers are fluffed out. Beware its fire. Oh my god. And it spawned right next to the humanoid, so we're about to have a fight. So this is a great humanoid composed of glass. It has a long straight tail and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust, represented by the green H. And then we have Umil, the Forgotten Beast, who is a crocodile. Fire-breathing crocodile, who's literally right there. So fight's about to happen. They're running at each other. I can't wait for some of these bodies to get burned up a little bit. Watch them like just trade places and miss each other. There we go. Fight breaks out. I'm gonna hold down tap period to just move one turn at a time. We are following the feathered crocodile, who just got either thrown into the air or jumped. It's kind of hard to tell. It's landed pretty soundly. Ooh, I'm seeing teeth go places. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Someone's taking heavy hits. Umiel is caught in the cloud of the wastes extract and his upper... Ooh. Forgotten Beast kicks the Forgotten Beast in the teeth with its left foot, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, that's why teeth went everywhere. Let's just unpause the game for a second. And, yeah, Umiel's dead. And the glass humanoid returns to his space. Look at how much shit's in here. Look at all of that blood, chat. That orange stuff is literally caked on smearings of the Forgotten Beast extract that glass humanoid sputs out. Holy shit. There's so much of it. That's kind of dark. Bananas. Pokemon is definitely a JRPG, yeah. I think you can be the villains in the newest Fire Emblem. It's one of the... because all the factions are playable, aren't they? Are you the bad guy in The Witcher? Is Geralt a bad guy? He seems kind of like an anti-hero to me. Everything I know about Geralt kind of makes me think he's an anti-hero. All right, what do you need? It's probably bones, but... blocks and bricks. Bones, yes. Let's go with... let's be fancy. Slaughter a peacock. You aren't really a good guy or a bad guy. He's just a guy. He's pants. He's true neutral. Yeah. Sometimes lawful neutral, depending on where he happens to be. And how convincing the cops are. Or how plentiful the cops are and he doesn't feel like running away from them. I'm trying to think. Chat, what are games where you play as the bad guy? Most people probably play Dwarf Fortress as villains. Most people. Literally every roguelike, I feel like I'm the bad guy. Wario? Yeah, sure. I mean, Wario is the only true good guy in any video game. Hotline Miami? Hotline Miami is a game where you play the bad guy. Yep, that's indeed a game where you are the bad guy. But then again, the guys you're killing, also bad guys. So, Dungeon Keeper, you play the bad guy. Payday 2, you play the bad guys. Yep. Any street racing game, you play the bad guys. Or any street racing game where you're the cops, you're also the bad guys when you're the cops. Any game with quick save and NPCs. Every single Bethesda game ever made. Man, am I the only one who's really annoyed right now that the top selling or the new and trending game Rogue Heroes is tagged as a roguelike? I mean, like, I realize half my team was streaming this today, but does this look like a roguelike to you? I mean, it looks like fun. Fun little party game. This looks like a Legend of Zelda clone. Like, come on, really? Roguelike my bum. And there we go. Our child has created a mysterious construction. Using iron bars, stray peacock bone, mudstone blocks, iron bars, cow leather, blue jades, iron bars, alder logs, apricot logs. Oh, shit. Oh, phew. I thought I just killed the child. Because I accidentally hit F. I was like, would that Make you cancel a job? No, you didn't care. Because I didn't forbid it. All right. It's time to do clothing. This game called Evil Genius. Yeah, you definitely play the good guy in that one. You know, I was like kind of interested in playing the new Evil Genius. And then I read about what you actually have to do to get code for it on launch. And then looked into it a little more and was like, that is sleazy and silly and looks like it would take way too much time. So nah, you know what? I'll just, if you guys want to watch Evil Genius gameplay, you can go to one of my teammates. They can deal with it. Man, I enjoyed playing Evil Genius back in the day, but I know I will play that game once for like 5 hours and then never play it again. So I think I'll just skip that one. Sounds like fun, Liam. All right. Finally ran out of stuff to make drinks. Also, iron crossbow, 1. Because the mayor would like it. Ooh. We just rolled over from full moon to empty moon. And there was a big lag spike. Somewhere in the world, there's a were creature. Definitely. Heads up, chat investments are open. If you wish to invest your tickets. You still don't know how to make farm without soil? Put a very thin layer of water on the ground, wait for the water to dry up, build farm. Anton Iceland, the dwarven child, has created Othil Lismal, an alder bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Worktict. That's beautiful. I need to DM Euthris at some point and be like, yo, dude, I know you don't watch my stream a lot, but weak races. Oh boy. I don't like the name of that. This is an alder bracelet. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of iron and cow leather and round mudstone cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of blue jade and blue peafowl bone and menaces with spikes of alder and iron. That is a badass bracelet, but that name. That is some, like, spooky problem shit. Weak races. What's the name of it in Dwarfish? Othilismal. I'm gonna put this in the tavern. He's obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. He considers spending time alone much more important than associating with others, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, tends to consider what others think of him. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Really? Huh. He's talking about NASCAR. Well, I mean, this dwarf isn't racist, so there's that. I don't know. Weird. He's really opinionated about track and field. They do have foot races in Legends mode. Maybe he's mad about the foot races. I'm sorry, what dancing was for? I'm confused. Although on the topic of games where you play as the protagonist and then you play as the villain who then becomes the protagonist, Last of Us 2 is literally that. It's a pretty good trope, actually. Wait, TM on the villain? I didn't play it, so I can't speak to it. Which one is the good one? No, I said you play as a protagonist, Zane, and then you play as the antagonist of the protagonist, and then the antagonist becomes the protagonist. But, yes, you are right. Which one's the good one? Yes. No. To both. It's a video game about horrible people where you play as horrible people beating up on horrible people as horrible people. So it's a quality video game story. I don't know. I'm not going to argue the tale of that game because I didn't play it, so I can't speak to it. Also didn't play the first one, so can't speak to that either. It's kind of out of my wheelhouse there. But I hate the way Naughty Dog games control. And I've played Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 from end to end, and I didn't particularly like any of them. The only reason I played them was because I had no internet for about a month in my old house, and so I had nothing else to do, so I fucking played through those. You refunded it because it was so bad? The people who I watched play it on Twitch seemed to very much enjoy it. So, I'll say that. Glad you were able to get a refund, though. I think if that game released in 2018, it would have been received much better. Rather than the kind of polarizing response. Purely because people would have been in a bit better of a headspace for tragedy. Whereas, I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't want to play that game in 2020. And I have a pretty good idea of the story. I listened to a 3-hour spoiler cast on it because I was curious. Spoiler podcast on it, where they discussed the story from end to end, and it's like, huh. Alright. It's funny that you're saying Lou, because I know someone named Lou, L-O-U, on Twitch. Lou1 is their name. which is just kind of funny. Not related to the game. And then tried to redeem them. I know what the story was, so you don't need to tell me what the story is. I've literally read the Wikipedia synopsis and listened to probably, because I listened to one specific 3-hour podcast, but I also listened to multiple Game of the Year podcasts where they talked about the storyline, and also a podcast series that was 3 separate 2-hour podcasts that they talked about it while they were playing through it. So I'm pretty familiar with the story, yeah. Those podcasts were great, so I don't know what your problem is. Those are great podcasts. Very entertaining. Lots of questionable writing decisions, but feels pleasure after putting on a splendid item. Good stuff. This is a dwarven sweatshop right here. Making clothes of mastercraft quality. Leather shoes. Bits and pieces. We're in late spring. Just had to refresh my dashboard because it was bugged out. Are you arguing to me, Banana, or are you just like venting? Did your account get stolen? You should go talk with Steam support to get your account back, Liam. Okay, I'm not sure what response you're looking for, and I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or not, so I just figured I'd concede because I'm like I don't have a horse in this race. Didn't play the first one, didn't play the second one. Just listened to a lot of podcasts about the second one and a couple podcasts about the first one. How do I deal with refusing my fort? Drawbridge and a lever. This thing. I've always refused it. Ah. But do you have access to your Steam account? Because you shouldn't have to invest. Like, if someone's holding your account hostage, that's not good. I know quite a few people got their accounts compromised recently. But you should go talk with somebody who can help you get your account back if you haven't. Because Steam's not going to do anything. Would be grand theft if most people's Steam accounts were stolen? Yeah, because of how valuable they are. I mean, I realized the other day I fucked up, chat. Do you want to know how I fucked up? I was quietly adding a bunch of games to my Steam account, and then I looked at my profile. And I realized I had 668 games owned. I missed a perfectly good screenshot opportunity. Damn it! And I have thousands of dollars in Steam games. It's like the total value of my Steam account was something like $14,000 if I bought all the games at full price, which I definitely didn't, but yeah, Steam is one of the most valuable assets I own, which is fucking wild. I mean, Liam, if somebody else has your Steam account right now, you have to go talk to someone who can get you your account back, because that's not right. Good question, Dr. Bunt Mentor. I don't steal accounts, so I don't know how this shit works. Please don't mansplain to me how to set up fucking passwords and do all that shit, but I know that I could, like, illegitimately just remove games from my Steam library to fix it, but that's just bullshit. No, I don't want to do that. I'm well aware the Steam database has an account calculator. I've done it before. That's how I know. Are you mocking me for pushing my glasses up, my dude? Steam database, like Dark Skynet just mentioned. I wasn't being serious. Was that? Are you making fun of me, sir? Because I put my glasses like don't fit on my nose properly, so I have to push them up constantly. And because you were like pushes up what glasses actually, it's like I do that all the fucking time. You want laser, but it's too expensive? Glasses life is my life. Yar her fildy dee. I'm gonna go get an up-to-date scan because it's been a couple hundred games since I checked. Steam DB. Apparently, it would help if I spelled my name right. Average I have 11,000 hours on my Steam account. Average playtime is 24 hours per game. I have 95 games with 12 or more hours. Jesus. 3,971 to 11,400 value. I've had my Steam account for 10.7 years. Now I'm just looking stuff up on Steam database. I always forget how addicting this site is. Tedious, yes. It's not complicated. I mean, you shouldn't spend any money. You don't have to pay anybody to get your account back, Liam. That's the thing. Jeez. I hate it when vulnerable people get taken advantage of. It fucking pisses me off. You literally just need to go through Steam support. But you need somebody to help you with that, and I get that. It's just frustrating to see. You almost lost your 2FA authenticator for Steam? Yeah, it's kind of scary. This whole convo just saved your account? Not necessarily, but it certainly helped. Although it's reminding me that I should probably change my Steam password again. It's been a while. Time to re-scramble. It's been about 2 months since I've updated my Steam password. I like to update it once every month or so. I usually change most of my passwords once a month, but it's funny. We were talking earlier about keeping a written copy of like keys for encrypted hard drives in your wallet. That's where I'm at with my Steam account. I keep a written version. You don't trust authenticators? I mean, I don't trust a lot of things. But authenticators are the least of my concerns. What season is it? It's probably summer? So we just had spring. Early summer, there we go. 168. I mean, that's what happened to mine. My old phone ceased to be usable. So I, as far as I know, have lost my Steam authenticator. Because my old phone died beyond repair. So I still have it, but it's not usable. I wonder if it's possible to like clone a phone OS to a computer. Might not be a bad idea to try and figure that out. Spend a day on it. There's got to be a way to do that. It's about half of what I wasted. But is it wasted or is it time well spent? Like, did you enjoy it? Also, like, a lot of the games for me were like, I probably have about 400 games I've gotten for, like, when I started streaming, I had 200 games on my Steam account. And now I have 670, basically. Could use all that money right now, TVH. I know somebody who sold his Steam account, but the only thing it had on it was Counter-Strike and a fuck ton of guns. So. Well, this phone, like, I didn't break it. The screen just stopped working. It was a parts failure. I cracked a phone once. The back of it was glass, and I cracked the back of it. Not the front of it, the back of it. But outside of that, I've never, like, I personally have never destroyed a phone to the point where it was unusable. My ex always managed to, like, break the screens of her phone within, like, a week of getting a new one with a case on it, because she would always put them in, like, hoodie pockets and then just walk outside with it, and it would always fall out. And I'd always call her out. I'm like, you're going to break your screen. She's like, no, I'm not. And she would always fucking break her screens. Always, without fail. When your wife sat on it. What? That's impressive. Jesus. Must have, like, hit tailbone. I can kind of see that. If it's like a hard chair or something. Or like a very firm sofa. I've come to terms with the fact that people who always have broken screens are really clumsy drunks. Monitor. Didn't swing back all the way earlier. There we go, that's better. It's like, that's what my friends call me. They call me a firm sofa. I'm not overweight, I'm just a firm sofa. How you doing, Squawk? It's good to see you. I haven't used a case on my phone since I quit my job at McDonald's, and I also haven't broken this phone. And this is the only phone I've had since then, which is the Huawei P30 Pro. And the royal treasure has arrived. You have the same phone? It's a fucking nice phone, dude. P20 Lite. It's illegal in the States, isn't it? Yeah, it means I got a giant bombcast tonight. I'm excited. Why did you suddenly have this? Oh, oh yeah, yeah. It's Steam's broken. Yeah, no. Steam takes their servers down on Tuesdays. Hold on, let me see. Is Steam up for me right now? But yes, it is maintenance day. Yeah, shit's down. Or rather, it's up, but... Oh, hey, it finally loaded. Yeah, they're definitely doing server maintenance. You're a server? I mean, that's a very legitimate job in the restaurant industry. Zaki has returned once again from the Merchants Guild, and he says, "Let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants?" Like iron, gold, electrum. Perfect. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. You're a number? Only if you want to be. What you're planning to do? What are you planning to do with said server, Bailey's? You're on 2 phones and your PC trying to log on. I would just chillax until Thursday and do that on Thursday. Because, like, Steam is very unstable from Tuesday through Wednesday in my experience. It's one of the few things I actually like about the Epic Game Store is that it can actually use my full bandwidth when downloading games. It's like Steam can go up to about 60 to 70 MBS down, megabyte per second down, which is pretty fast. But like, I was getting a solid like 800 megabytes down on the Epic Store to the point where like I downloaded 3 games in a row just to see how quick I could do it, and then uninstalled them all. Then you got to go for a run. A bit cold for running. Make sure you stretch before you run. Shit's bad for you otherwise. $500 peak. Yeah. Like usually Steam's like usually like, yeah, 30 megabyte average. It's 2 Celsius. Oh wow, it's warmer there than it is over here. Shit. It's been really fucking windy recently, which has been icy as hell. Like, we've been just getting these brutally cold gusts of wind. I wish Steam would take my whole bandwidth. It used to with my older internet, but now that I have this speed, it's like...
This is madness! Madness.
Hello, hobo! I feel like I haven't seen you in a week. How you been? Yeet. Speaking of speed things, how was speed? How was the things that went fast? With your very insulting, disgusting, disturbing, upsettingly bad beer cozy. With a good beer in it, but bad beer cozy. I almost knee-jerk banned the image just on principle. Cheat, speed was loud. I hope you brought earplugs. Free beer cozy is still pretty good beer cozy. I should really make crypt beer cozies. I wonder, does anybody know of a merch site where I could, like, actually, better question. Would anybody here buy a beer cozy? If I sold beer cozies, would you buy one? If they were, like, reasonably-ish priced? Etsy? I mean, that's not quite what I mean, but like, yes, please. Because I've wanted to do coasters for a while. Coasters being like, you know, mug coasters like these. $7. Yeah, seems reasonable. I mean, probably what I should do shirts. I do shirts. Scroll down, dude. Well, the thing that I've been thinking about doing is just shipping coasters to all my $6 a month patrons. Then buy my fucking shirts and shush. Or buy my socks, they're even better. That's the actual, like, quality merch I have is my socks. Also, Etsy's not the greatest site to sell stuff on, unless you're making the stuff yourself, which I wouldn't be. I'd at the most be drop shipping, but the problem with merch is, like, it's very hard as a streamer to actually sell enough of something where it's actually worth it. But, like, coasters, I could just put a coaster in an envelope and just mail it anywhere in the world, and it'll get there eventually. That's faster than what I used to have 8 months ago, Bailey's. Like, you laugh about that being bad, but, like, that's faster than my internet was a couple of months ago. I had 15 up, 30-ish down at the beginning of this year. Or beginning of last year, rather. And then it got even slower, and I switched providers because I was like, I can't fucking deal with this shit anymore. On a pullover hoodie? Just crypt beer? Why would you want just crypt beer? Like, if I were to make crypt beer, I would make it into an actual, like, fake logo. I would go further with that shit. The problem is like, and this is the real issue with me only merch, like my personal merch stuff, is I spend weeks, or maybe not weeks, but a couple of days setting up merchandise. I get Cooler to draw it, I pay Cooler, and then 3 people buy them, and I make like $15, maybe. And so I've already spent more money on art than I do, than I actually get paid. And to give you an idea, I spent like a week kind of doing back and forth with Cooler, and got that whole art store set up. To date, I've made, I think it's like $13 off of that shop. So it's like, it's just not worth it for me. So when it comes to things like shirts and pullover hoodies, I don't fucking care. Like, I have a couple up there if you want to buy them. I'm not going to just put an emote on a shirt because it would just look terrible. Unless I have like a specifically blown up version of it. Like, I'll put a crypt blank on a mug if you want, but like, I mean, do you really want that? The reason I'm talking about things like cozies and stuff is because that's something I could just like attach to the $25 a month tier and just be like, hey, sign up to my Patreon by the end of the month and I'll just ship you one of these. The fuck was that sound? Thought I heard something fall, but I didn't. I'm now just expecting all of my foam panels to fall off the wall behind me. I need to make a bar block stockpile down here. Just a big storage stockpile. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not that easy to make shirts look good. That's the problem, Orange. It sounds really easy, but it's actually pretty difficult. I totally could work Crypt Beer into a shirt, but I guarantee you it wouldn't be worth it. It just wouldn't be worth my time. It might be worth my time a little bit more to put effort into that stuff when my YouTube channel hits 10,000 subs. Because then I can just link it under the videos on Teespring. But, like, even then, it's... it's just kind of not worth the time. Like, if you really want blank crypt gun on a mug, I could... Well, actually, I don't think I can put guns on things. I don't know. I need to, like, look at the terms of service. Double check that. But I could definitely chuck crypt blank on a mug. If you want crypt blank on a mug, I can put crypt blank on a mug for you. Or if you want a crypt blank sticker, I could probably do that too. But, like, no one's bought a single sticker since I put those up. And I think I've sold, like, 3 mugs. See, no one buys pins or magnets or anything. They just don't. No one does. Straight up. Doesn't matter how good the designs are. Surprise, surprise, there's a lot of really good designs on merch stores. And merch stores are just like fucking YouTube. You have to work the algorithm and get high in their search rankings for random people to buy your shit. And I don't have the effort or time to do that for another service. Do they have beer glasses through Teespring? No. They don't do anything that's glass. Beer glasses get expensive quickly. Unless I were to mass order them from China, but then I'd need to ship them myself. And I would need to store them. And I don't have the ability to do either of those things. Certainly don't have the space to store merchandise in my apartment. And I certainly don't have the desire to have to go to the post office to ship that stuff. Certainly wouldn't be cost effective for me. Let alone the space it would use. Maybe if I had thousands of people watching. I mean, like, in my dream situation, there are 3 pieces of dream merchandise I would like to do. I would like to go to a craft brewery and just straight up fucking commission beer, because I know a brewery that'll do that for you, but it's not cheap. So I would straight up commission a craft brew. I would probably try and get a line of coffee with one of the coffee companies that sets up lines of coffees with streamers and creators. And then I would probably do custom, like, water pipes for smoking weed in the shape of a skull. Definitely would do that. And I would... What does craft beer / coffee taste like? Beer and coffee. What kind of question's that? Craft just means they're small local companies. And if I had unlimited resources and a large audience, I'd probably also try and do something like record slip mats on a record player with my designs on them. I would probably do a lot of that sort of stuff. Oh, if you were to commission a custom brew, it would taste like the brew that you commissioned it to taste like. It depends on what you want in it. Or what would mine taste like specifically? I mean, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. I don't like Death Wish coffee. It just tastes burnt. I've actually tried Death Wish now. It just tastes burnt. But my coffee would probably be either a light or a medium light roast. Not sure. I'd need to look into it. I'm just dreaming right now. I'm not actually thinking. As far as beer goes, probably an IPA. But I don't know. Again. But that's not a reality I will ever live in, so. I don't like Death Wish coffee. It doesn't taste good. It's twice as expensive as the coffee that I get that's roasted locally, and the stuff I get that's roasted locally tastes so much fucking better. My coffee is like $11 a bag. It's roasted locally and it's delicious. Death Wish tastes like they over roasted it to me. It's not great tasting coffee. Coffee! I had to say coffee because Squug said coffee. Yeah, I have a subscription to a local coffee chain. And they mail me coffee every other month. It usually arrives on Tuesday mornings and they roast it Monday night. So... My beer would be very earthy and nutty. It depends on the time of the year. If it was a summer brew, it would be very light and hoppy. If it was a winter beer, it would be very earthy. Make coffee? You should make coffee. But make coffee after your run so you don't have the shits during the run. In other news, I finished all of my coffee and I'm sad now. I want more coffee. Sad face. Oh, find a local coffee place? They're quite common in most metropolitan areas. You made some Earl Grey. You can't have coffee at 7:30 p.m. I mean, I'm not judging how you live your life, dude. Go do your run. Have a good run. Literally. Go for your run, man. Oh, hey, it's a Zycrom. Fancy seeing you here. I normally just see you in the self-promotion section of my Discord. How are you? Why do you do that? Oh, it's blind. No shit, you're in my chat. Who else are you gonna see here? I don't have any cats, Liam. Haven't had cats in about a year and a half. I literally just finished drinking my third cup of coffee and it's 4:30 p.m. I can have coffee up until about 6 p.m. and then I have to stop drinking coffee. It's just so weird to me. That's all, Zycrom. It's so fucking weird. I have 135. Thanks for reminding me to murder some of them. Nope. When my ex-girlfriend moved out, she took both the cats. Thank God. Stupid animals. They were extremely difficult to deal with because of how small my apartment is. We were talking about this earlier. My apartment is 40 meters squared, 425 square feet. 2 cats and a girlfriend, too fucking small. If I had any say, we wouldn't have had any pets because this apartment's too fucking small for 2 cats. No, you can't sleep? That sucks, Drill Potato. I've recently cut the amount of coffee I drink down from 1 liter to 500 mils. And I've been okay. But I get headaches in the evening now. Trying to wean myself down a little bit. I mean, it fucking broke me when she took the cats. I have no idea what you're talking about, Liam. Do I miss my cats? Not really. I don't really miss animals. It was hard saying goodbye to them, but do I miss them? Eh, not really. I sleep a lot better not having them meowing all night, walking on me, damaging my walls, and making me have to get my blinds replaced every 2 years. Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need to own another cat. Cats are cute, but they ain't fucking worth the effort. Some things just aren't worth the effort. Cat love? Clearly, you have a very different relationship with your cat than I did with the cats that lived here. Exactly. Troll Potato, you understand. Like, in order to have a cat, you need to have a big enough space that the cat can be happy. This is not a big enough space for a cat to be happy. I like animals. That's why I don't own any. I have plenty of plants. And I can pet my plants if I'm stoned enough, so. You should send him a tutorial about Mentor, if you can find one. And I'm not actually joking. I have definitely, like, pet my plants when I'm really high. It's been a while, but I've definitely done that. Because I do own 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 houseplants now. 13 technically if you count the 3 that are in one pot. Oh, 14 if you count the 3 that are in one pot. That's how you math. Not counting all the ones I have outside. He tried to feed his plants and water his cat. Yeah. I just find weird shit in my fridge when I get too high. So every night, like there was one time, like back when I had a TV, there was one time I found my TV remote in the fridge, and the next day and I was like, man, man, that was a long night. Jesus. It was when I took 4 days off back in spring of 2020. Yes. The cat was not. I could understand why you'd be amused. There go the dwarves. Late summer of the year 168. We'll hit 169 this stream if it kills me. Man, I might do another full day of Jupiter Hell tomorrow. Technically, it's a big hole. It's not actually underground. It's just a really big hole in the ground. But yeah, no, I have not, I wouldn't say unpopular opinions on pets, but there are some kinds of pets I wouldn't mind having, but they're all the kinds of pets that are indifferent to my existence. Also considering around here, and this is the same for some areas, but around here we have a species, multiple species of snakes, actually, that are becoming endangered. And the reason they're becoming endangered is because of house cats. People letting their cats run out into the wild and do whatever the fuck. And they're literally like unhinged, protected predators. Which really sucks for the wildlife in the area. So it's something that I try to avoid, if possible, is potentially causing more damage like that. Yeah, and it like doubles the reasoning why you should have a house to have a cat, you know? So, you know, like I wouldn't be as against having a cat, personally, if I could let it out in the back area behind my building, for example. But we're not allowed to do that unless it's on a leash. And I ain't fucking putting a cat on a leash. So, then there's my neighbors who just like put it on a leash and a harness and then just let it walk around freely, which is just kind of shitty, but they don't say that owner has to be holding the leash. Malicious compliance? Pretty much, yeah. So yeah, no, I am very much in the... If I ever get another pet, it'll probably be a snake or a chameleon or a leopard gecko or a pair of leopard geckos or something. But I wouldn't do that until I had at least another 100 square feet or 10 meters in this apartment. At least. But I don't see that happening anytime soon, so... I'm just not even going to fucking worry about it nor bother. Me and my little sister have talked about in the far-flung future when my little sister and her boyfriend are finished their degrees and they come back from Quebec, which is something they're planning on doing. They are planning on looking into buying a house out here. But they won't be able to afford a house out here. So instead of buying a house, they'd go in on a house with me, potentially. So, because, like, buying a house in the greater Vancouver area is very expensive, but buying a 4-bedroom house with 2 families and renting out one of the bedrooms is suddenly a lot more reasonable. Especially considering my little sister is also type 1 diabetic and shouldn't ever live alone. And her boyfriend is a opera singer. So his job, speaking of which, I probably shouldn't be living alone, but is an opera singer, so he'll be traveling a lot of the year. So might end up living with my little sister in 5-6 years. But we'll see what happens, where the world goes. Things can change a lot in 5-6 years. I wouldn't own a snake in an apartment because it's not legal to own a snake in an apartment in BC, Liam. You can look that up on your own time if you like. But it's a rather large fine and it's completely illegal. So I wouldn't own a snake in an apartment regardless. I'm really curious where they're putting these. Okay, they're putting them down there, which is fine. Dr. Buttminter.
Crypt beer.
Welcome back. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the 3rd month. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Dr. Buttminter? It's a good name to say. I like it. It's a good one. Just say it out loud. It's satisfying. I don't have a hype command here. We just type in beer. We're into late summer. Getting close to fall. After this month ends. As it is day 69 of Longdeath, and by God, I'm going to end it on year 169. Even though getting through 3 years of time in a stream is actually quite a bit of time. I try and keep the Longdeath portion of the stream down to about 4.5 to 5 hours, but it's like years are definitely moving slower now than they were initially. Yeah. I haven't talked to Cringer in a long time. I wonder how he's doing. My stream is not like Cringer's, generally. Mine's quite a bit different. Some could say it's for the worst. Some could say it's for the better. Who could say? Ba-da-da-da-da-dum-dum. Autumn has come. And the humans have arrived with their annual tributes. Any idea if Butcher can't remember 2 weasels and an opossum right next to his workshop in a refuse stockpile? As far as I know, they're butcherable. They're not rotten. They should just go grab them and butcher them, because butchering's an auto job. Why do the humans not worship you yet? I don't know how to answer that question. Genuine statement. Don't know how to answer that question. You assume they don't? Yeah, that's a good... Actually, that's a question. How were they killed? Were they hunted, or did they just die? They won't butcher them unless they were hunted. If they were mangled, they won't butcher them. But like it's kind of hard to answer that question because that's one of those questions where I really need to like look at your fort to be able to tell you. So I don't actually know. Hunted? I mean, they should be fine. The butcher should just go kill them. Or not kill them, but butcher them. Unless you've turned off auto butcher, and I don't know why you would do that. Nothing obvious. I mean, I could probably figure out the problem, but I'd have to look at it. I mean, they've probably just been there too long. Like, look at all of these, right? Most of these were hunted. All these dead buzzards. But they were just mangled. So they just get chucked into the garbage compactor. Maybe he's just got too much work on his plate. Certainly a possibility too. I wouldn't leave that out of the possibilities. Dwarven pathing can be strange sometimes. And sometimes they prioritize kind of odd things. Certainly not super uncommon for them to prioritize strange things. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. To cancel tasks. Try deleting the stockpile underneath them. See if then they butcher them. Instead of doing their jobs and starving everyone? Hold on a second. I had to close your tavern because your dwarves kept learning awful poetry instead of doing their jobs and learning and starving everyone. Your jobs equal starving them, or they were starving because they weren't doing their jobs? Also, you should be able to keep your tavern open. I got 8 guild halls and a tavern open, and everybody's doing their jobs except for a few, which is totally acceptable. You did that too? Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, I can't be more help. Do you have your refuse? Actually, is it outdoors? Because if it's outdoors, if you go to refuse rules, make sure you have gather refuse from outside set. By default, it's not. By default, they ignore refuse from outside. So set it to gather refuse from outside with O in the orders screen. Sounds like you need to organize your fort better, Banana. So that you have time to feed everybody. I mean, if they were actually writing poetry, that's incredible. If they were learning poetry from someone who was telling poetry, that's totally different. Also, check your forbid orders. Yeah. Okay, so they weren't making songs. They're dancing and playing songs and spewing out songs that they know already. That is not making music. Writing songs is a very different thing. You need a library and very intelligent dwarves for that. And very hard to do that correctly, which would be crazy if they were actually doing that. But I don't think they're actually doing that, so. Well, you know, not all songs are great. Still artwork, though. Also, seriously, thank you very much to everybody who's kept your subs up today. And for the couple of bits earlier today and the few gifted subs. Cheers, guys. We also got a new patron earlier today. The Sound Command tier. Which is fantastic. Man, I keep getting emails about this one record I have on my watch list on Discogs. And I always see, €8, oh my god, that's so cheap for that record. And then I realize, oh, it's a CD, not the record. Hopefully it was a good nap. Yeah, I've definitely seen that happen too. Where the animal bleeds to death and it wasn't actually hunted. Or like an animal dies of old age and then they just pick it up and put it in the stockpile anyway, even though it's not supposed to go there. In custody. A squid, Darren's going to prison. I have not been doing a very good job of keeping up with that. I've not been doing a very good job of keeping up with this shit today. Did it become spring mid-fight? Because they'll only die of old age on spring. Yeah. That makes sense then. Really? You chose this prison cell? Dwarves have arrived to trade, as it is autumn. I'm actually just going to sell them everything that's right here. I don't even care. All of the logs, all of the everything. I've just got too much shit here. I need to work through it separately. I need to make 2 ballista arrows. I wonder if he's, if your hunter is taking too long to carry them. There's so many things that could be at play there. It's a really, truly kind of a tricky thing. It's truly a tricky thing. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information's been added to the civilization rule info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just wood. Just wood. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Where are them dwarves at? Oh, they're there. Taking forever. Holy shit. Dwarves are busy right now, though. So frame rate's kind of rough. But I've seen animal people necromancers. What? Like, I've literally seen amphibian men necromancers. What? Slab never worked. But I've read about them in Legends many times. I was reading about a hamster man necromancer for a good while. It was kind of amazing because in my head it was just Hamtaro. So, I don't know. I mean, I've never tried in adventure mode, but it definitely happens in Legends. You'd have to ask somebody who knows more about adventure mode than me. There's something about hamster people that I just think are fucking hilarious. They were adorable, fuzzy, and evil. And you can step on them. Did you have the read skill? Like I said, I'm probably not the person to ask. You'd have to ask somebody who's well-versed in that mode, not me. When you die, it's Hamtaro time. Pretty much. You made sure to invest deeply into that? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the most fun I've had in adventure mode is dancing on tables, so... and telling bad jokes, and singing poetry, and dancing. Like, that's literally what I do in adventure mode, so I'm probably not the person to ask. All right, it's official. The interview I just put up with Tarn now has more views than the first one I did. I think. Took a little bit of time, but I think it's past it. I'm just checking. And they're not perfect, those interviews. Like, I think the audio could be a lot better. But, like, working with Tarn and his audio is just kind of get what you get. Buy a silver mace. Yep. Here's the stats. That's the first one I uploaded right there. 27,476 views. This is the one I just uploaded, 27,934 views. Also more comments and more likes. Not as good a dislike ratio, 0.5 worse, but I'll live. 11 dislikes versus 19 dislikes. Yeah, I'll live on that. This was the other one. 14,000. They've both got like 10,000 views, over 10,000 views more than the second one I did. Wonder why the second one I did didn't take off. You broke your legs in a trap and decided to read a slab, so you stole. I stole so that I could at least survive. And it didn't work. That sucks. I'm gonna take a real quick toilet break. Looks like we'll just be doing DF today. We have mid-autumn into winter to go. I might have some time for some other stuff later, but it'll be mostly DF today, or probably just DF today. I don't really feel like doing a super long stream tonight because I got some stuff to do tonight. So we'll play out the rest of this year. BRB. Alright, I return. I am it's back. Hey, Brander. Yeah, no, that's just kind of crazy. I guess the cat in the thumbnail didn't quite do it for people. Because, like, I put a cat in the thumbnail of the second interview, and it didn't do as well. Or I put scamps in the thumbnail of the second interview. I'm like, yeah, this will make people click. Nope. Turns out not. So, find picture of Tarn that's relatively recent and use that. Although, good news, everybody. My most viewed video on YouTube, which is the Steam graphical improvements video, which was the first news update I did, has 69,000 views. On the dot. Almost. 69,049 views. It's fitting for today. That thing gets about 20 views a day, so. It's kind of perfect. Just had a deja vu. Have you been in this place before? How do you talk so long without losing your voice? I've been doing this for 7 years. 7+ years. You get used to it after a while. Talking for really long periods of time, like anything, is like learning a skill. You do it a lot, you practice a lot, you work at it, you get better at it, and you don't lose your voice. Don't do it a lot, don't practice it a lot, and you'll lose your voice. I forgot about that. Are you running in the 90s, Hobo? Thank you very much for the 91 cents. That's fine, don't worry about it. It's short enough that it won't mute my VOD. I have been in this place before. I definitely never updated those. Because Hobo made a cover of those, I think. That's the one you wanted? Well, you got it now. You just had to do it twice. And you took the #1 spot on Bits this week. Yeah, there you go. Deja vu. I have a question. How many times did you listen to that song while you were at the NASCAR race? Because I would probably have that on repeat for a good 5 minutes. I'd listen to that song at least twice. You're not wrong, but 90s is, to me, was like 91, so it's like in the 90s, whereas like 1990 is just 90. Anyway, something debug. Bum bum. Oh, also, Hobo. Guess what I ordered? This morning, with the help of Twitch chat, although I think I'm still actually down money because of ordering this, Twitch chat piped in, I think it was $50 towards it. A bride? No, I wouldn't purchase a human. Thank you very much. No, I bought the Sounds of Supergiant. A 6-foot bong. I mean, I wouldn't put it past chat to help me buy that, but no, I didn't buy a 6-foot bong. I did, however, buy the Sounds of Supergiant on vinyl, which is their orchestral arrangements. And also ape out. Which means we now have 2 records in the mail again. It's a medley. So it's a single LP. It's not all of the games. I don't have all of their... I don't have any of the Supergiant soundtracks because they're all kind of expensive. The only way to get them reasonably is to buy them all at once, and that's like 300 fucking euros. I mean, I have 2 bongs. One is this big, the other one is this big, so they're very small. Although the smaller one is more of just a water piece for my vape. It's less of a bong. Doesn't even really look like a bong. And it doesn't have the attachment to light anything on fire. I guess you could use it as one, but I wouldn't. Probably ruin it. I'm gonna set this up to use wheelbarrows instead. Ah, you're fine. Wait, what? Lord Floof is stressed. You want to pray, you want to pray, you want to pray. Lonely. Yeah, I've got these dwarves too busy. We've done too much work. I mean, especially hiding it from my landlord would probably be an inconvenience. Because I'm not allowed to smoke in my apartment, so I don't. I go outside, which is why I have the very small water pipe, because nobody cares if I take a very small water pipe outside. I mean, probably no one would say anything if I took a 6-foot bong outside, but it would be a little bit more awkward smoking a 6-foot bong out in the smoking area than it is with a very tiny water pipe. Three tube pipes, so that's almost 6 foot of bong. Fair. Who smoked in an allergy-friendly building? That sucks. I'm sorry you had a shitty neighbor. Yeah, I'm not one of those neighbors. I will... Technically, I'm not even smoking, so there's no actual scent, but... Yeah, it's not worth getting evicted or fined or anything, so... I use a dry herb vaporizer, so it's like the scent is actually minimal. I guess if you like stick your head in the cupboard where I keep my weed, then yeah, you'd smell it, but outside of doing that, yeah, you're not going to smell anything unless you're standing like right next to me and inhaling. Also, hi mom. Also, what's up, Rusty? There we go. Just go do what you need to do, Dwarf. Just gonna take this dwarf off of hauling entirely. Give them weaving, bone carving. Yes, I was talking to my mom. who just texted me and is watching the stream right now. And I was just like, lol. It's been 5+ years. I mean, we just got a new version released like a couple weeks ago. It's a pretty good version too. Never been a better time, I would say. No. My mom just confirmed time that I'm going over tonight, and then said that she's watching this stream. And so I said, hi, Mom. Yeah, no, another thing that I learned, Hobo, is Black Screen Records is doing a pressing of Res Infinite's Area X, which I'm super duper gonna get on vinyl. Looking forward to that. So yeah, those are both things I'm gonna need to get. It's just kind of sucked recently because like I've gotten into this hobby of buying synthesizers. But the thing about the hobby of buying synthesizers is synthesizers are really expensive. So it's like 3, 4, 5, 6 months of saving, and then you buy a whole bunch of synthesizer pieces. At least in my life, when I don't make a huge amount of money. If I had significantly larger income, I probably would have just bought a bunch of synthesizers all at once. I never realized I never gave Touch Streak jobs. Well, I should do that. There you go. Anyway, so yeah, no, it's very much a and because of that, I've been saving, so I also haven't been buying as many records recently. So it's like I've been saving because I've been saving for synthesizer stuff, and I haven't been buying as many records recently, which is as I'm supposed to. But the result is I don't have as much budget to buy records. So I'm also trying to do less tip goals, so you guys don't get the ones on this screen anymore, which I used to have all the time. Oh, dude, the knobby knobs on my current thing are very fun to twist and turn. There we go. This is what this dwarf needs. Satisfied after teaching weaving, exhilarated after getting into an argument, fondness after making. You've made a friend? I'm so proud of you, Lord Floof. You became friends with the Outpost Liaison, probably. Oh, and that's why. It's because is hanging out with the Outpost Liaison and is teaching the Outpost Liaison weaving. Do I write music? I say in another life, but what I actually mean is about 12, 13 years ago, I wrote a symphony, which got performed in front of a crowd of about 500 people. I wrote many pieces of choir music, one which won a contest and got performed in front of 1,000 people. I wrote many solo cello pieces, many quartet pieces, a couple piano pieces, and a bunch of other classical style music. I also had a spat where I was writing electronic music, And then I got a soul-sucking job that wrecked all of my creativity, and a girlfriend who didn't like it that I had hobbies that took up a lot of my time. So all of that went away. It was something I was actually planning on going to school for. And then I took a real hard, close look at how expensive schooling is here for something as specialized as, like, soundtrack record and music production. Soundtrack writing and music production and all of that stuff and studio production. Looked at how expensive schooling was and was like, do I really want to be in debt for, like, 10 years? Even if I get the highest paying possible job? And then I didn't. That's good that it fixed the buffering, though. I mean, right now, all I have is a Mother 32 and a keyboard. I can play one note at a time. Two, if I set it to polyphonic, which means it plays one nice sounding note and then one high pitched squeaky tone that makes you want to, like, pull your teeth out. But no, it's not. There isn't a lot I can do with it right now. I can just make cool sounds, basically. I can't really do much with just that. But yeah, TLDR, I did write a lot of music at one point in time and would like to get back into it. Oh, okay. Okay, well, at least so far you haven't had any buffering. Just interesting to learn about the process. I mean, there's nothing to show right now. Like, there literally is nothing to show. So. But if you want to learn about music shit, just go watch Andrew Huang's videos. He's got very good music for dummies videos. Late autumn, almost into winter. I mean, kind of the real problem is for the setup that I want to actually be able to do cool shit instead of just play with fun sound generators, which I have a lot of fun with in the evenings most days of the week right now. And also reteaching myself guitar, which I never was particularly good at, but I want to be able to sample it. The things I really want to be able to do on stream at some point are I want to be able to play cello on stream, but I need to actually have somewhere where I could safely store my cello, which I don't have right now, so it lives at my parents' house. And I haven't played cello in about 11 years. Ish. But I was pretty fucking good at that at one point. This Dwarf will be okay. They just need more downtime. But I really want to be able to play cello on stream again, and I would be totally down to do music production stuff on stream. But I feel like what's much more likely, significantly more likely, I almost went to university for cello, but instead I chose sports and then dropped out of sports like 6 months later. And then became a basement hermit and got a job. Basically. A chinchilla has forgotten its training. Well, we should be eating those, not training them, so. Let's take the guard off training duties and let them go assist with getting everything put away. Oh, game saving. I was like, why did the game freeze? I just noticed a giant saving thing in the middle of the thing. Winter is upon us. 1 season left until year 169. But yeah, no, I would love to play cello on stream. I would love to do music production on stream. But like I was saying earlier, I probably would do that stuff on YouTube. I don't know if I would do it on this channel. Or if I did, I would have like a specific day for it. I'm a little bit of a ways away from being, I guess, confident enough in my music stuff these days to be able to do that. So if I were to do it initially, it would probably just be on Discord. But I also need like an actual setup. But the setup that I want to be able to do cool shit with synthesizers, I need like another $4,000 to $5,000 of disposable income, which I don't have. So I have savings, but that's my safety net. And in a volatile industry like streaming, it's not worth spending your safety net on synthesizers. So I'm being very careful and only buying shit when I can afford it. And I could do the streamer thing and just have like a dozen big old goals up constantly and just be demanding, or not demanding, but constantly asking for tips towards that stuff. I could do that. Or I could like try and do a GoFundMe or something. But frankly, I don't see that as worth it. On one hand, stuff like that is always tempting to do as a streamer. It's always tempting to just be like, well, I mean, if I ask really nicely, the possibility of me getting that money really quickly is higher. But also, I feel like as a streamer, I can only do that so many times. And I would rather not do that unless I really need it. So how far did you run, Squug? Do you know? Half an hour? Run 15 minutes in one direction and 15 minutes in the other direction. Slowly you'll go further. Iron crossbow, 3. I have a hard time running outside ever since I got hit by a car. It makes me weirdly nervous. Go around the neighborhood. I go for walks. I don't go for runs. Come on, little dwarf. Store all of this stuff. And Anton Iceland seems to have become a peasant. Would you look at that? Likes native aluminum, sterling silver, and lapis lazuli, penguin tooth, floodgates, and mink men for their long bodies. Likes a good long body, if you know what I'm saying. All right, well, let's give you mechanics. Let's give you stone crafting, bone crafting, glass making, and leather working. Why not? Farming, tanning, because you like leather. The standard healthcare stuff. Gem setting, because I actually need some gem setters. And furnace operating. You're reading knowledge of literature. Sounds fancy. Do you like learning? You know, actually, I think I'm going to give Anton Iceland a scholar job for a bit. See how you do. Make turkey and spaghetti? I'll probably just eat spaghetti for dinner. Nice, easy dinner. Nice, simple, easy dinner. Because I need some new scholars. So we'll see if Anton Iceland can be a good scholar. Dreams of raising a family. Doesn't really care about any of the crafting stuff. He is the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. He's been doing a lot of reading. I mean, I'm sure you have plenty of Giga Rams to spare. You have another 63. Yeah, you're fine. I love that Chrome just kind of stopped being an issue with its ridiculous RAM usage because we all just got so much more RAM. So it like was an issue for a bit and then just kind of stopped being an issue because we just got enough RAM that it ceased being a real problem. Wow, you're not wrong. Ponder traumatic injuries. I mean, it's pretty dwarfy. Wait, no, don't make you into a tavern keeper. Keep you as a scholar. You're discussing foraging behavior, and they're both discussing foraging behavior now. I'm just curious if this dwarf likes discussing foraging behavior. Pondering traumatic injuries. That's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Blissful remembering things, sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Curious about what this dwarf thinks about pondering stuff. Sometimes it makes them uneasy, sometimes they like it. Although I would be pretty uneasy after pondering traumatic injuries, so, you know, that would be totally fair, I think. Content after discussing foraging behavior. You know, I think Anton Iceland from the realms of YouTube, I think you're going to make a good scholar. I mean, we certainly have books on traumatic injuries. Let's see how Lord Floof would do as a scholar, because Lord Floof's been having some trouble just as a dwarf recently. It's a lot of talking with other dwarves as a scholar, so we'll see if that works for you too. Oh god, they're finally starting to dump items, which means they're finally getting through all of the stuff that needs to be done. There's so much that needs to be done. Overworking your dwarves is a serious cause of stress. Like, you can literally work your dwarves to death. It's kind of dark, but it's possible. Oh, hey! Dark Skynet. No longer stressed. Good stuff. I was very hopeful that that child would just sort itself out, and it has. It took him a year and a half, but he did it. Good kid. Got really stressed out after getting into a bunch of arguments. I like to imagine got into arguments with his dad. I mean, it's certainly a simulation of waiting for the development to continue. Zane. Watched your Jupiter Hell VOD after work last night? Really? I'm thinking about doing another full day of Jupiter Hell tomorrow. I'm thinking about it. But a longer stream. Unlike yesterday where I just kind of like pieced out after a bit. I just kind of got too tired to keep going. Do you think that would be Jupiter swell? Well, I mean, I heard from a certain Epion that yesterday was their best day ever since launch day, which is both great and also concerning. You'd watch the VOD again. Gotta watch some of that Jupus. Jupus Dupus Hellas. It'll go up on Twitch tonight, the VOD will, I think. That or tomorrow? Why concerning? Well, I mean, it's paying their bills, but I wish that I wish it wasn't just paying their bills. I wish they were thriving on it. You know what I mean? A level or two after dinner. What did you think of your initial playtime? Because I know you played it a little bit. That game just got so fucking good too with all those new areas. Oh my god. I was going to stream some of it today, but I also want to get to year 169 and we're in year 168, so. It really is. That new those new areas are so fucking good. It ain't. Fair. That game is excellent. You're getting overrun by grunts a little more? You went to Europa? Getting to Europa on normal isn't easy. But if you build your character correctly, on normal, it's relatively easy to just kind of snowball your way to the end. If you build correctly. But that's a big if. My favorite of the changes to the skill tree. I haven't tested all of them yet. But that new swashbuckler trait is fucking cool. It's like, yo, chain together attacks. Yes, please. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. My favorite of the changes, though, are definitely the new areas. Those new areas are super fucking cool. That whole new tile set zone is just the coolest fucking thing. It just looks straight out of H.R. Geiger's art, and it looks like something out of Aliens, and it makes me super happy to see. In a single dungeon of Persona? Time to switch to Rift Wizard, methinks. Dude, Rift Wizard is also so fucking good. God, Rift Wizard. That's another game that a lot of people will write off just because of how it looks. Someone should make an Aliens roguelike. Yeah, am I right? You know what should really happen is Epion should turn around and go to Microsoft and pitch a Doom roguelike. Wouldn't it be incredible if he went to Microsoft, pitched a Doom roguelike, got a Doom roguelike made, like a legit Doom roguelike that ran on the same engine, that was like a Microsoft / well, here's the thing. Microsoft owns Bethesda. Microsoft fucking bought Bethesda, dude. Who are the people that stopped fucking Doom the roguelike from happening? It was totally okay with Doom the roguelike existing. In fact, to my knowledge, John Carmack of id Software backed Jupiter Hell on Kickstarter. supposedly. So, like, the id guys like Doom the roguelike. It was ZeniMax and Bethesda that sued the game into oblivion. I don't actually think that's accurate information, Silver Sheep, but okay. I didn't play it, but a tile-based puzzle game like that would be great. Oh, it certainly would be. I mean, that was a pretty fat, girthy Kappa. Like, that one is pulsating. I can see it from here. I don't know. There's a lot of genres I would love to see roguelike demakes of. Like, I would love to see a proper roguelike demake of Gears. Imagine, like, just... Because Gears Tactics came out, and that thing was, you know, had some first game in series problems, but that thing was pretty fucking cool. Biggest issue with it was they charged $90 fucking for it, but, like, that game is kind of neat, and if you have Game Pass, it's fucking worth trying. It's certainly not bad. It's kind of a neat game. Okay, I know. I need to take you off of this. I would totally play, like, if someone made a roguelike Dark Souls remake and just put it up on itch or something, I would totally play it. Didn't somebody make, like, a top-down Zelda-style Bloodborne thing? I want to say somebody did that. Bloodborne remake. Okay, apparently there's a 3D one, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. No, Titan Souls is a different game. I can't find it now. Maybe it got taken down. But there was a top-down, like, Legend of Zelda style pixel arty, straight up, like, would never be sold because it was using names and assets and sound effects and stuff. Fan game. Takes like 10 minutes to switch gears. Fair enough. Titan Souls is a neat boss rush game, though. I broke a controller playing that game. From, like, death gripping it too much. I'm worried about Lord Floof. This is such an easy dwarf to please. Holy shit. Look at this dwarf. Everything's good. Except about being nauseated by the sun. But, like, everything else about this dwarf is fine. A Mega Man X game, but just a boss rush? Isn't that called Cuphead? I mean, very different graphics style, but... Although Cuphead doesn't really have the swords from Mega Man. Or Mega Man X, rather. God damn, 8 hours and 40 minutes. So for a while now, there's somebody who's just been commenting on every single video I post with the comment support comment, right? And now, if you look in the, and it's an actual person doing it. Now people are just like support comment, support comment, support comment, support comment, support comment, support comment. People have just like started doing the support comment. Russian person. Support comment. This was the original person. The person that named their account support comment. This person was the original one. I'm not sure who it is, but I know that they're not a bot. They will actually like respond to stuff. Was that the name of it? Yarntown? Or am I thinking of something else? Of Golf Blast Ball. I don't even know what that is, but probably not. Why would I do that as a streamer goal? I mean, right now the only goal that this streamer has is to be able to keep doing this full time. Yarntown. Hold on. Let me look this up if it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, by Max Mraz. Max Mraz. Yeah, this. Like, I don't know. This shit's way too fucking cool. Look at this stuff. This is adorable. It's actually really cool. Super illegal, but really cool. I like it. Make more super illegal things that are really cool, chat. Super cool illegal things or top 10 favorites things. You're cooking mushrooms. I mean, on the topic of super cool illegal things. He also cosplays as a stormtrooper in his spare time, Liam. You wish the new Dwarf Fortress looked like that? It's amazing? Wait, what do you mean? Looked like that game I was just showing or something else? Also, if anybody wants a link. Super cool illegal thing. Bum 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 bum. I think that the new Steam version of Dwarf Fortress looks just fine. Discuss foraging behavior, discuss foraging behavior. Anton Iceland is satisfied at work, which is good. The illegal one. I mean, I wouldn't say it looks that fucking good. It looks like pretty generic pixel art to me, but it's neat that it exists, is what I would say. I have no idea what you're talking about, Liam, as per usual. Slaughtering all of these weasels. We've gotten so good. Pondering surgical models. On the topic of, this has to be related to the pondering the traumatic injuries. Because, like, surgical models is not too far off from traumatic injuries. Like, you probably need to ponder traumatic injuries in order to be able to ponder surgical models. To think real hard and long about painful injuries, to be able to think about how to fix them, you know? We're in late winter. Because you want your friends to play? Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, who doesn't want their friends to play Dwarf Fortress, who plays Dwarf... Like, who plays Dwarf Fortress and doesn't want their friends to play Dwarf Fortress? I know so many people have run into the problem of, oh, you know, like... I've tried to make my friends play, but they just look at it and they just go, nah. It's like, oh, God, but they're missing out on so much good. So much good. It's one of the greatest games ever made that many people will never play. This dwarf's coming around. I was a little worried about you, but I think he'll be okay. Feels funness remembering making a friend and all that jazz. I wonder if it's possible for a dwarf to have a child with a visitor. That's something I want to see happen. Hasn't played it since? Oh, really? Should try and get that professor back into it, man. Blow his fucking mind. I like Gem. That's a good set. And I like the muted colors. What if we, like, took a needle and string and, like, sewed that wound on your arm shut? To hold all the blood and guts back in, you know? And then the string gets infected, so we have to go back and pull it out later. See how Cade's doing. Cade's also doing pretty good. Cade is also doing pretty good. Machine Hollow. By the way, Machine Hollow is my new metal band. We're an industrial post-rock band. Machine Hollow is such a good last name. Look at that shit. Cade Machine Hollow. 14 years old. Satisfied at work and has been doing well. Reading many books. You know, we're actually going to toss you into the scholars roll. We'll see how you do. See how you do. Why not? Put 2 dwarves into the scholars roll. You seem to really like reading and learning. Dwarves that value knowledge tend to be pretty damn good in that role. And that's it. We've made it to the year 69. We'll go a little bit in, but 169 years of Longdeath. 164 technically. But the year is 169 years old on day 69. We did it. We made it. I'll see you in stream 420. And the humans have arrived with their annual tribute once again. There we go. We got 27 animals in the fort. Things are much better now. Curious about how Cade does. Didn't feel anything after being able to pray. I love how that dwarf is actively getting a really positive mood buff from thinking about putting on an exceptional shirt. Are always too strong? You need a really good squad. Just send, like, your best squad. Train them for, like, a year, and then just send them out and go demand tribute. But, chat, can we get a round of beers? Because the whole goal for today was to just hit year 169, which was almost 4 years, which is almost double what I normally do in a Longdeath stream. Normally with Longdeath, I stream until about 4 p.m. Pacific. We've gone about 2 hours longer than I normally do for today. So for all those of you out there who occasionally complain that I don't stream DF long enough, you got that today. Cheers, homie. Hope you're doing well. No necromancer towers. No necro towers, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on who you are. I'm kind of okay with that. I have a feeling I'm going to do this challenge again once the Steam version launches. We'll do Longdeath 2. Longdeath Pretty Edition. Hey, Hank. What's up? Longdeath 2 will probably be in a fort that's in a world that's about 25 years old. Year 1 nice, yes. 100 nice. I don't know, it's a weird milestone, but the next major milestone is year 205, which I think we'll probably hit in the next couple of weeks, hopefully, if we keep up the schedule that I want to do. Year 205 will be my second save release. Yes, but you have to mod the game to do that right now. They are playable-ish, but you have to mod the game to do it. Unless you're playing adventure mode, in which case then you can play in any race that your world has. So if you want to be a butterfly person, you could probably do that. If you want to be a spider person, you could do that. If you want to be a goblin, you could do that. You could be a necromancer experiment, yeah. You could be a blob of flesh with a weird tentacle sticking out of it and an eyeball that farts aggressively at you. Which is generally what necromancer experiments tend to do in my experience. They just hang out and then fart at you. And now we have 69 viewers. Perfect. I wouldn't have it any other way. This has been a long stream, though. We're almost 9 hours in. Good shit. I mean, we're not done just yet. I'm going to go a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. At the very least, grab this screenshot. So don't run off is what I'm trying to say. I guess, like, at the end of the day, I'm just, you know, happy people are enjoying the slow process that is this fort, you know? I think my biggest worry when undertaking this, when I started, was that people would just get bored immediately. But, you know, like, we're almost 70 streams in and people don't seem bored. People just kind of seem to be in a weird amount of awe that I'm still at it. Really need to make this stairwell a little safer. Just, you know, layering mega project on top of mega project on top of mega project, basically. The elves are here to trade. Although in regards to playing other races, Hank, that's a planned feature for the future. They want us to be able to... Ooh, a headscarf. Those don't come super often. Tarn wants us to be able to play as any race the world allows for. To make the stairs safer? I mean, it's been only one dwarf has died on those stairs. Stone the second, I think, got knocked down them. He fell from up here all the way down to here, I think, and slammed into the stairwell again and died. Can I just say that this thing is looking way too fucking cool? Like, this is going to be so fucking cool when it's got a dome on top of it, which is what I'm working on once it goes up to here. That's going to look so fucking badass. That's what we're going to work on next stream. I kind of took a break from it, though, because I wanted the dwarves to be able to have a functional break, and they certainly needed it. I was starting to get, like, the odd, really weirdly depressed dwarf where they shouldn't be. Yes. I've done it recently. Yes, it is possible. They haven't changed the physics around any of that stuff, Troll Potato. It's still very much possible. Just have to do it really carefully. At some point, we'll need to get down to the magma sea in this fortress. At some point. The problem is I don't know how to do that without disturbing the other two cavern layers, which I really don't want to do. Like, if I could just safely dig down to the magma sea without disturbing the other two layers, I would definitely do that. Unfortunately, that's just not exactly possible for me. I'm not pumping any fluids, but I do have... Well, that's not true. I'm pumping some fluids. This waterfall here is the fluids I'm pumping. But I'm not doing any heavy pumping of fluids, and my frame rate's like 40 to 60 right now. The only thing that really damages my frame rate is when the buzzards attack. They fly around and dive bomb my dwarves, and that hurts my frame rate because their pathing is wild. But outside of that, I don't really have any frame rate problems. As magma see? Oh, like seeing magma or seeing as magma or seeing things as magma? I mean, it's a perfectly valid thing. So. But chat room, we are 9 hours in. We made it to year 160 nice in the early spring. I think tomorrow we're going to do another full day of Jupiter Hell. Another roguelikes. But that's us for now. As we save the game. It's been a while since I've done like a full like length stream of just Longdeath. So to those of you watching through in the VODs, I'm sorry. Or you're welcome. Depends on whether or not you like the long ones. But that was a long one. We did a bunch of construction stuff. No dwarves died. No old age. No new births. Had a couple artifacts. Worked on the tower a bit. Did a bunch of the standard sustaining stuff. Did some mining. Chopped down some trees. We're prepping the old unicorn paddock for a new type of animal. I've got a few ideas. But I have to say, very big thank you to the new faces in the chat. There was a few people who tuned in. They hear that line. I think they enjoyed it. If you made it this far, you must have enjoyed it, or there's something wrong with you. That or they fell asleep and woke up and were like, bah, there's a face in my face. But chat, this will probably end up on YouTube, so now's your chance to say hi, YouTube. But seriously, though, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out and spending time here today and watching the stream. Shoutouts to everybody who has a skull next to your name, because you guys are the reason I get to do this full-time, as well as everybody who supports me on Patreon and tips me in any way or watches the stream or just talks in the chat, damn it. Or who has obnoxious sound commands like Hobo who like to interrupt me while I'm talking. Yeet. Anyway, thank you very much, because you guys are the best. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Let's find someone for me to go host, shall we? Seems like a good idea to me. So let's peek around. Huh. Kind of between a few people here. I could send you guys over to an adventure mode stream. I could send you guys over to Bellinaire, who's playing